Shalom, shalom, everyone, most high in Christ. Blessed, happy Sabbath. Can you hear me? Brandy V. Miss Lissa, Ben Israel, Chow Sidoni, Josiah, Judah, Pamela, Uriah, Wise Virgin, Jada Israel, Facebook, Tamiko Sanchez, Leonard Garner, Judith Y, Latricia Campbell, Ranya Israel, Abigail B. Israel, Base Reeves, Deborah Alexander, Shekinah Judah Israel, Yapa Israel, Jade Floyd, Tanya Webb, Don Neal, Shah Fran, Jacob the Giant, Princess Hannah, Issachar Job, Donna Cooper on Facebook, Clay Collins, Elizabeth, Sister Faya, T. Ramos, Kathy Taylor, Brad Hunt, Angela Teresa Israel, okay, sorry for the delay, but we're here anyway. Happy Sabbath, Shalom, how y'all doing? Hope you're doing good. It's freezing in the city. To me, this week been the coldest since the seasons have changed. And yes, it's been cold. What's the temperature in Texas, Tamiko? Because people keep telling me to move down there. Now Tamiko's saying it's freezing down there also. Thank you. Thanks for the heads up. I'm moving from the cold to the cold. No deal. No bueno. Yeah, once it goes past 30, that's cold. I could deal with 30 and up. Under 30, it's cold. $42 is bearable, Tamiko. Y'all got it good. Y'all in the 40s, y'all good. Once it goes past 30, you can start complaining in the 30s. 40 is decent. 50s, y'all not cold. Y'all just chilling. But once it gets into the 30s, you can start complaining. Once it reaches the 20s, it's cold. Once it goes into the teens, that's when you start praying to God, like, Lord, what's going on here? Once it goes past into the single digits, that's when you start thinking about it's time to move. Yeah, but I don't do the cold like I used to. Hey, so look, we're going to get right in on Mr. Billy Carson. And this is why I wanted to... I've always heard about him and heard about his sensational claims about the Bible, but this is one video that I watch. I never watched his content. I would just watch small shorts of him. But when I watched this video, this is what put my focus on him, because a lot of black people are intrigued by him, and everything he says is trash. He just makes a lot of stupid things up, and because black people don't read, and they say that the Bible's the white man's book, it just makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. Are we on Clubhouse? Because somebody said they were looking for us on Clubhouse. Yeah, shout out to all you people that have been listening on Clubhouse. For those of you who don't know, in the week we broadcast on Clubhouse live every single day except Friday night, because I'm here, and Saturday, because the leaders are teaching on Saturday. But Clubhouse, you guys can ask questions. You can speak to us live. You just download the app to your phone, create a profile. You raise your hand, we'll bring you up, and you can ask us anything you want live. That's what the Clubhouse looks like. You download it to your phone. You create a profile. Then you go to our room. Our room is called Biblical Smoke. That's what our room looks like. That's what our logo is. We went into a lot of different topics this week. Single mothers, women's complaining about pick-me's, so much stuff. And if y'all look at the replays, it's in the thousands. Even the subscribers went up. I remember when we had less than 3,000 subscribers. Now it's at 21.6, approaching 22. Okay, so in the room, when we're live, there's more people listening to the rebroadcast than to the broadcast. And the reason why is because y'all get to hear us interact with people of different walks of life, different beliefs, different faiths, and you hear it live. And if y'all got questions, y'all could go there and ask them live. So there's no excuse. I told my coworker he downloaded and has been hooked on Biblical Smoke 3 days. Same thing with me, Rebecca. I got to watch what I say because I used to talk about people at work. And one of them was like, yo, you be talking about us. But they know the stuff that I'm saying. I'm not making it up. So I got to watch. I can't really get on the people at my job no more. Yes, the other, because we switched shifts there. And they didn't want to get out. They didn't want to leave. They were listening. For some reason, the morning time, there'd be a lot of smoke coming in. It'd be quiet all night. Then the fools wake up in the morning and they start coming in. So if y'all notice, the numbers go up. Like around 5:30, 6 o'clock to about 9, a lot of fools start coming in there. You know, so it's crazy. Thank you, Lynette. Y'all see I've been being a lot nicer now. You know? But like I said, and like I told y'all last week, if y'all don't have questions, your family members may have questions, people from the church used to go to me and ask questions, send them into the room. Okay, it's over 14 hours of Q&A all the way up to 12 noon. And ain't no pastor going to let y'all question them to the degree that y'all get to do with us there. Yeah, I'm trying, Juju. Some people say that the room is not friendly. So I'm trying to, be more friendly in there so that we could attract a wider audience. Yes, they've been hiding the room a lot. A lot of people can't find it. It's not open to the public. So y'all got to invite people. If y'all want the room to grow, y'all got to send invites and make people aware.
That's right.
The woman that didn't want the 18-year-old to get advice about going to the club was a trip. Yeah, we sent her on a trip, packing. Sometimes you got to let them talk before you make them walk.
That's right.
Well, I wish I could do that, Tanya, but people will use that as an excuse to say the room is not fair. So I got to eat a lot of crap. They be calling me stupid. They be calling me all type of names, and I'm like, yes, I am. I apologize for that, but let's get back to the topic. That's hard, but I'm getting used to it. It works. It works. Like that other guy that he said he was going to give me a plethora of scriptures to show that you shouldn't use cuss words, and couldn't give me one. And had the other woman said, let him speak. Y'all keep cutting him off. Let him speak. And every time we open the floor for him to speak, he keeps saying what a bad guy I am. Those are the ones that drive me nuts. Those drive me nuts. It's hard to hold my composure when you feel like bringing forth closure to them fools. That's the hardest part. When they're trying to ridicule me and I got to listen to it because I want to let you guys be edified. Oh, yeah, Shelby. You saw that dude when I told him, look, if you have sexual relations with a woman and then you dump her, you hate her. He went ballistic. Why are you attacking me? What did I say? How come I said, listen, we've all been there. Even when I tried to bring him back, he was so mad. That's why I had to apologize to him. Because he said, I love the black woman. I said, no. Not if you're engaged in sexual relations with them and you just dump them afterwards. He got so heated. But I just want to show you how people think with their holier-than-thou spirits. Yes, people were trying to calm him down. He was not having it. He's like, why am I this bad guy now? I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you. I don't think he was doing good with his speech until we just took him down a different block. Someone told my daughter that it's meant for everyone to be married. Yes, the Lord said that it's not good that you should be alone. If you choose to be alone, I mean, that's your choice, but that's what God said in Genesis. Yeah, but I could have took that guy in so many different directions, but when I see them emotionally unstable like that, I just back off. A lot of times I like the balance in the room. the good cop, bad cop thing. So I'll just back off and be like, look, somebody else come in and take over before this guy jumps off a building. Oh, that was funny, that woman with 9 kids. I don't think she said she had 9 baby daddies. I think she said she had 3, and men are still after her. Yes, that Suge brother. That's why I called him Steve Harvey. He got mad. He just was cussing me. I said, don't come here with that Steve Harvey talk. We're not trying to hear it. He was not expecting that. He got so mad. And that's all I could think of with him. He just look and sound like Steve Harvey. He had that Steve Harvey spirit where he's pandering to the black woman that needs to be corrected with the word of God. And don't no grown man should be walking around with the name Suge. Yeah, that woman had me cracking up. She said, I got 9 children and men still want me. Like, okay, Florence, okay. I mean, she just had so much confidence about herself. I just was like, look, I'm not going to mess up this woman's day. My son and I are looking for a school. I've reached out. Is there a school in Greenville? Yes, we do have a school in South Carolina. Did you call the number, Bruette, and leave a message? Just go to our webpage, israelunite.org. If you've already sent the email, also call. They usually get back to you. I don't like to critique anyone's looks. You know, I don't want to break anyone's confidence. If she feels that she looks good, more power to her. But the reality of, I don't like when women say everybody wants them, everybody wants them. That's a stupid statement. That's a stupid statement for a woman to brag about how men are in her DMs and men keep hot. That's just, I could send Beyonce down the street and Halle Berry or whatever black woman you want and then send some chick from the hood. And the men are going to respond to them also. Women think that just because men approach them or catcall them, that they're on this pedestal. Okay, men don't care. And it's like women are delusional to think just because there's men always wanting to take them out and offer them things, that they're in an exceptional place over the regular woman down the street that getting the same type of attention. Who was that guy, Abraham? Let's see if he comes back this week. Since the sun goes down earlier, it's been so hard to get things done. Before you know it, the sun is down. I can't even take a nap because if I go to sleep and I wake up, the sun is down. So I was trying to get a lot of things done, and it's usually hard trying to cram everything in. But I was going to go to UGL. I didn't know there was smoke. There's usually no smoke in UGL. Any complaint about CH about a system messaging people on Bitcoin investment opportunities, same picture, two messages, just wondering. Y'all got to attack them in the chat the way y'all attack other people. I tell y'all not to attack. Anybody trying to push financial prospects in the chat, y'all need to attack them. And then come, raise your hand, come on stage and point them out if we don't see them. Because they push that all the time in Clubhouse, and y'all just let them run they scam in there. And shame on you people that's always attacking everybody else but letting them post that foolishness. Everyone should be attacking those scammers when they come into the chat. And if we don't see it, raise your hand, come on stage, and bring it to our attention. It's been smoke since they've been posting the link. And yes, it's been real smoky in there. It's been real smoky. Well, I'm going to tell them, whenever it gets tight, moderators just hit me up, even if I'm asleep, and I'll get up and come in there. I don't want none of the moderators to be the bad guys on UGL. Just call me in, and I will neutralize the threat and then go back to sleep.
That's right.
Hey, y'all telling me now. Y'all should have been told me. You people who know this person, y'all should have told me from before that there's somebody with multiple accounts and let me know. Because I'm usually going to sleep. Right after it hits between 12 and 3 o'clock, I'm trying to go to sleep. If I don't go to sleep by 3, 4 o'clock, I only get 3, 4 hours, then I got to go to work again. So I'm usually trying to force my bedtime to at least 4 p.m. From 12 to 4, I'm trying to finish up whatever I got to do. But I don't mind. You know how people have to take stuff before they go to sleep? I would like to take somebody from one of them nut jobs. That lets me sleep well after a while. Purple and gold are Freemasonic colors. You know those stupid people that always talk about Masons and can never prove anything? I've been hearing that shit since I was a little kid. You stupid conspiracy theories. You nut jobs. They're always talking about it. They're such experts on the handbooks, okay? And there's nothing that they could say to us that's credible, that's tangible, we could touch. But they look at us, you guys are Freemason. I want to sit down one day and talk with one of you dummies. I would just love to sit down and talk. If there's any person who's knowledgeable in Freemasonry, please come into the clubhouse room and let's hear, bring your books, bring your stupid ideologies, and let's go over them. Let's talk about them. They talk. Don't put your hands like this, because if you put your hands like this, it's a pyramid and you're channeling the gods. Don't put your finger like this, because that's a Freemason pose. Then they'll search the YouTube for 9 other people with their fingers like, shut up. Shut up. Especially you ignorant black people that believe. I've been hearing that stuff since I was a little kid. You dummies. They don't know nothing that's going on in the world. But now all of a sudden, they're these experts. Sound like a black Hebrew Israelite. That's the GMS camp. They're the ones that you hear talking about it all the time. They don't talk about it that much since we put them to shame with that stupid stuff, but you still got some idiots. Just question them. When you hear them with that stupidity, question them. Make them answer questions like what happened with Bill Carson. Bill Carson been running his mouth about the Bible until that white man came with that flamethrower and flamed him. He was running his mouth for a long time. How you doing, Jason Voorhees? Yes, he's been running his mouth for a long time. And I just want to show y'all what I'm talking about. Can we play that video? Play it from the beginning. Watch this. This is the stupid stuff he says. This is the stupid stuff Billy Carson says. And nobody ever challenges him. And black people who don't know the Bible are intrigued by him. He says the most stupid, idiotic things. So finally, white people got tired of hearing him run his mouth, and they aired him out. No, put it from the beginning, because I want what they said with their... No, I'm sorry. Which one is that? Let me see it. Well, who? Which one is that one? No, not that one. The one that I sent you guys just now that you said you had. I sent you guys one. Okay, this is the first time that I watched him in his entirety. Just play it from the beginning. Just look at the stupid things he say. Just like since I've been learning about the Israelite movement, you got dumb black people talking about masonry. I never heard about that in Christianity, any other Methodist, Pentecostal, whatever. Now all of a sudden there's this mysticism around masonry. But this is what happened when you let ignorant black people talk too much. And they go unchecked. Press play, let the people see it.
You were saying that most people have been following Satan this entire time while they thought they have been following Jesus.
Facts. My personal opinion is that the Bible is orchestrated and remixed in a way by this entity in order to lead human beings to their own demise. And that human beings themselves have been following and worshiping Satan this whole time. I began to do this whole report as how many people were really being killed by God and versus how many people were being killed by Satan. Approximately 3 million people were killed by God in the Bible, and Satan didn't kill anybody.
Oof.
And I was going, I just can't believe that this book is 100% about the creator of the universe. I believe that there's a God, but I also believe that the entity being written about in some of these texts is written by men and remixed by men. What is God? God is a frequency.
Yeah.
And it's our job to tune in. We've attributed God to a giant white
Sky
man.
Daddy.
Sky Daddy with the white robe, the big beard, and the magic wand to
Yeah.
grant all of our wishes. And we want to turn God into a slave. Versus being in the same frequency with that energy and understanding that that energy that exists throughout the entire known universe is also inside of every atom in your body. If you're going to rely on this one book for your eternity, we got a problem here. And you spend your life defending a false identity. Most people have no clue who they are.
Okay, dive into it, Billy. How can people uncover themselves?
The first step is...
Welcome to Vaught Empowers Talks, where we don't just scratch the surface, we dive deep into the lives of some of the world's most influential change makers. I'm your host, Brandy Harvey. But before I introduce my guest for today, I need you to go ahead and do me a favor. I need you to go ahead and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss your daily dose of inspiration and motivation. Now, I don't never give a little preface to these interviews, but I feel like this one might buckle your seat belts for this one. This is going to take y'all into a whole other dimension today. Billy Carson is the founder and CEO of Forbidden Knowledge Incorporated.
Pause it. That's some Ponzi scam that he's doing where he's getting people to invest in it, and it's just BS. It's just BS. His forbidden knowledge stuff is forbidden crap. It's just BS. A lot of people have exposed it. It's just you black. This is no different from when they got y'all to put money into Bitcoin, then they robbed all of you. It's no different. Press play.
Best-selling author of the Compendium of the Emerald Tablets.
That's a stupid book. There's nothing about no emerald tablets that have in any way, shape, or form affect the way that we live today. He keeps going into this ancient stuff that only he knows about, that nobody could prove, and nobody never questions him or challenge him. But she's speaking about him like he has life-changing information now we don't know nothing about. And y'all going to see I'm not making this stuff up. Press play.
doesn't mean broke. The epic of humanity and fractal holographic universe. Mr. Carson is also the founder and CEO of Forbidden Knowledge TV, a conscious streaming TV network, the host of the Forbidden Knowledge podcast, and the co-host of Biohack Your Best Life podcast. Among his most notable achievements, Billy is the CEO of First Class Space Agency based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Recently, Mr. Carson earned the Certificate of Science with an emphasis on neuroscience.
Pause it. You see on his tie, he has the all-seeing eye of Ra. Okay? Just like America has a... Oh, y'all talking about masonry. Why are not talking about this guy? There was people talking about masonry. The eyeball is inside of masonry. That's why he got an eyeball on his tie. If you go to the back of the dollar bill, there's an eyeball. Can we bring up the dollar bill? Why is the man on TV with the all-seeing eye of Ra, this is all satanic worship. Y'all saw he got an eyeball on his tie. Okay? They don't sell no ties like that. He had to get that custom-made, what's going on, IT? Just go to Google then. If y'all don't got the images, just put Google on the screen. Okay, you see, the white man put the eyeball on the back of the dollar bill for a reason. The ancient Egyptian pyramid is on there for a reason. Billy Carson is obsessed with ancient Egypt. He's always bringing them up to discredit the Bible, just like the white man has an ancient Egyptian pyramid on his dollar and has an eyeball on his dollar. But he's going to say that the Bible, you're more following Satan than God. Nobody don't ever question this stupidity that this guy brings up. They just let him fly. Y'all let black people come and say stupid things and go unchecked. White people got tired of his foolishness and they started to air him out. Now we going to clear him out. There's a reason why there's an eagle on the back of your dollar, and the eagle, put it back to the other symbol. These things are not here by accident. Okay, while the eagle got the ankh in his hand, which you see a lot of people that's into Egypt. America is modern day Babylon. When you read in the Bible about Babylon, a place in the future with the characteristics of Babylon, it's America. That's why the last book of the Bible speaks of Babylon being burned by fire. They couldn't write the word America there. America was named after a Spanish explorer, Amerigo Vespucci, but God was explaining to us that they would have the characteristics of ancient Babylon. That's why they have an eagle on the back of their dollar. That's why they have arrows in one hand and a branch in the other hand. The arrows symbolize war. Okay, that's why they have, go back to that pyramid. Annuit coeptis, our enterprise, and Novus Order Seclorum, meaning New World Order. Why does American money have ancient Egyptian symbols on it, saying, "In God we trust"? Why does Billy Carson say, "I do believe in a God, but you have an all-seeing eye of Ra," the same way America has an eyeball on a pyramid on your tie? Go to, I don't have my book right now. The first book I read about this was Two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. Just go to Google for a minute. Take that off for a minute. Take that off and just go to Google. Just go, put Google up, let me see it. Could we put it on the screen to Google? I don't want to see me. I want to see Google. Put all-seeing eye of Ra, R-A-H. They usually call it Horus also. Listen, I'm telling you, we're not making. This is what's on his tie. He don't believe in God, so that's why he attacks the Bible. And this is of the devil. This is satanic worship. If you're listening to him in his philosophy, this is of the devil. Okay, let's just read the first one. That's what he has on his tie. Yeah, did you pause the video? Go back to the video. Just put it to where you paused it. Okay, you see the exact same eyeball with the curvature at the bottom and the eyeliner on top. He got it on his tie for a reason. He knows you black people, you don't study nothing. You believe everything that anybody says to you and you let them tell you whatever. Y'all don't check nothing out. Okay, I learned about this 20-something years ago. 20-something years ago, in the early 1990s, when I was told books by people who are of the Israelite faith to search this stuff out and to look it up, because it's going to come into play and you're going to see the symbolism all around you. And black people don't know. You have to go very in depth into studies of Egypt to say, I'm going to put this on my tie. And you people see it and you don't know why. Go back to the Google search. That first one. The Eye of Ra is an ancient Egyptian, where it says show more. Where it says show more. Click show more. Up top, up top, up top. Click that. The Eye of Ra is an ancient Egyptian symbol that represents power, protection, and all-seeing eye. The Eye of Ra is often depicted as an extension of the sun god Ra and's power and is associated with the sun disk. It was believed to be an all-seeing eye and was often carved into a temple entrance. The Eye of Ra was a symbol of power, was often worn by pharaohs and rulers to help them maintain control. That's why a lot of people who follow it, they hate the Bible, because the first civilization to be destroyed by God was the Egyptians. So you got a lot of ignorant Negroes that hate God, so they go into Egyptology. And everything you know about Egyptology was by a white man named Champollion. You niggers, you know nothing about Egyptology except what the white man has presented to you. Okay, the Eye of Ra was believed to repel negative energy and restore harmony. It was often worn on jewelry, talismans, and amulets. The Eye of Ra has both positive and negative aspects. The right eye is associated with the sun god Ra and is considered a positive and protective symbol. The left eye, I'll take my protection from my God, the God of the Israelites. I'm not going to walk around with an eyeball on my neck. The left eye is associated with the goddess Skemet or Hathor and can be more ferocious. Slide up, slide up, slide up. Okay, I'm just showing you, so y'all don't feel like I'm banging on him unjustly. I'm just telling you, don't be impressed when you see people with this stuff. Okay, what does the all-seeing Eye of Ra mean? The Eye of Ra symbolizes power, fury, and violence. It was the Eye of Ra God, the sun. This is all mythology. This is all BS. It's all crap. It didn't help the Egyptians thousands of years ago, and it will not help you ignorant Negroes now.
That's right.
We can take that off the screen. We can take it off. Go to the chat for a minute. This guy just says a lot of stupid things, and nobody never checks it out. Okay, and just like you said, Princess, they're just promoting him to steer the sheep away. That's why his videos are going viral. Anything to keep black people out of the Bible. Y'all already know what to do with Tyrone. I told you he got psychological issues. Nobody go back and forth for him. Pray for him. Just click the 3 dots by his name, and you won't see his comments. Like we're going to do now. I'm not going to mention him no more because we're going to hide him, and we're not going to see him. No one interact with him. He has mental issues. Y'all want to argue with a person battling with retardation? Knock yourself out. Just please don't type nothing on this screen, or I'm going to delete y'all from here. He comes I've been telling y'all this for a whole year. I'm not going to announce it every week. The guy is retarded. So if you guys, our people have met him in person. Okay, we tried to get him into a mental institution to get him some help, but he still wants to walk the streets disheveled with his hair uncombed, smoking Black and Miles. So there's nothing we could do for him. So if you guys want to go back and forth for him, you knock yourself out. Let's go back to the video. Let's go back because he says a lot of stupid stuff. I just want y'all to hear it. So if y'all come across it, your family members try to bring it to you, y'all can shut them down. This guy been running his mouth unchecked for a long time.
At MIT and has a certificate in ancient civilization from Harvard University. He is also a writer.
You hear the accreditation that she's given to him? MIT, certificate from Harvard. Watch this. Watch this. Let it play.
Certificate of Science with an emphasis on neuroscience at MIT and has a certificate in ancient civilization from Harvard University. He is also a writer and contributor for Entrepreneur Magazine and the winner of the 2022 Stellar Citizens Award. Billy Carson believes you are more powerful than you even know, and they fear the day you discover it.
Pause it. How many times y'all heard that BS? How powerful you are. And I have secret information for you to tap into your power. How come it never, ever work? Everybody's buying these books. There's always somebody telling you how powerful you are. And there's a secret society of people trying to hide the power from you. But if you buy my book, I can tell you to tap into neuroscience. And you can tap into that power. And you can float around your house. And you can levitate. And you can leave your body. What it says, read it. The goal is not to live forever. It is to create something. Oh, please, with these stupid. Wait. Is that another tie with an eyeball on it? This is a totally different picture. This is a totally different picture from the other one. This is another tie with the eyeball of the all-seeing eye of Ra, which goes back to satanic worship. That's why God destroyed the Egyptians. Another tie with an eyeball. First one, okay. Second one, this is not a coincidence. Let it play. Let's see how great this guy is.
Talks welcome husband, father, researcher, leader, and global teacher, Billy Carson, to the show.
Wow, thank you for that amazing introduction.
I am like so excited to have this conversation with you. I think you are one of those people that gets us all to think deeper, to dive deeper, to go deeper into things that we probably never even thought we were going to tackle.
Yeah, well, that's the ultimate goal, is to, I think, question everything, not in a way where you're challenging just to be a rebel, but to actually really question things and force yourself to look for the answers to those questions. And as I began to do that, I wanted other people to do it. I didn't want to be the only one that I felt like was gaining a certain level of knowledge, because if I
this video reached like almost 1 million. It's 900,000 views. What's the views on it? Back out. I can't watch this again because I know how full of crap he is. Okay, it's approaching 1 million views. When I first watched it, it was like a little over 100,000 views. And people were literally saying, yo, you got to check this guy out. People who are reading the Bible were impressed by the BS that he was saying in the video. And all you people that were impressed, you don't believe in God. You are those same people. Give me John chapter 6, verse 55. Christ had people like you following him.
The book of John, chapter 6 and verse 55. For my flesh is meant indeed.
I'm sorry, read verse 54.
Verse 54. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day.
He said one statement and people lost their damn minds. To read it again.
Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life.
You will get eternal life by eating Christ's flesh and drinking his blood. Read on.
And I will raise him up at the last day.
He said, I will raise him up in the last day. Read on.
For my flesh is meat indeed, and my blood is drink indeed. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood dwelleth in me, and I in him. As the living Father hath sent me, and I live by the Father, so he that eateth me, even he shall live by me. This is that bread which came down from heaven, not as your fathers did eat manna and are dead. He that eateth of this bread shall live forever. These things said he in the synagogue as he taught in Capernaum. Many therefore of his disciples, when they had heard this, said, this is an hard saying.
What he's saying, we don't understand. That's what it means, this is a hard saying. They thought Christ meant to literally eat him and pour out his blood and drink it. This is a spiritual saying. This is not literal. Christ spoke in hyperbole. Can we look that word up for the audience? Hyperbole. Hyperbole. Just put Google up so I can see what y'all doing, so when I take it forever, just put Google up on the screen. B-O-L-E, I believe is how you spell it. Put Google back. Okay, that's it. A hyperbole is an exaggerated statement or claims not meant to be taken literally. Always remember that word. When Christ said pluck out your eye or cut your hands off, he was using hyperbole. A hyperbole is an exaggerated statement or claims not meant to be taken literally. Okay? Go to where it says examples in the bottom. The first one right there, right, put the finger back down, right there, go over to the right, click that. An example of a hyperbole. You've probably heard the common hyperboles in everyday conversations as, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Nobody actually goes out and eat the horse unless you're in one of those countries where there's not an abundance of meat, so you are eating horses. I've seen this movie 100 times. You've never seen a movie 100 times. It's just an exaggerated statement. Or it cost me an arm and a leg. Nobody's chopping off arms and legs and going to the store. Okay, so Christ spoke in hyperboles. And I told y'all before, like my first encounter, my dad, who was very knowledgeable, he would say, what type of man tells you to eat of his flesh and drink of his blood? That was what was going on here. Can we go back to the scripture? You could take that off the screen now.
The book of John, chapter 6 and verse 60. Many therefore of his disciples, when they had heard this, said, this is an hard saying. Who can hear it?
They didn't understand that he didn't mean it literal. Read on.
When Jesus knew in himself that his disciples murmured at it, he said unto them, doth this offend you? What? And if ye shall see the Son of Man ascend up where he was before? It is the Spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit, and they are life.
The words of the Bible are spirit and life. Your flesh profit nothing. Read on.
But there are some of you that believe not.
The same thing with us. Some of you don't believe. So when you hear Billy Carson talk, all of a sudden you're amazed and blown away by his BS. The stuff he says is stupid. It's made up. It cannot be quantified, and it will not be solidified. It's just dumb. It's just sensationalism. It's like the idiot that came in here saying, y'all got purple and gold, Masons wear that. And then some of you dummies will go and search that up. It's no different to show you how stupid black people are. And we got to come out of that level of stupidity, because our enemy been using that against us for a long time. We got to stop being so stupid and just taking everything that somebody says as it's a credible source of information. Read on.
For Jesus knew from the beginning who they were that believed not.
The same thing with us. We know some of y'all don't believe. So the way I got wind of that video with that woman is because people were sending me the video. People watched it in its entirety, like there was something credible that man was saying. And he said nothing but nonsense. I don't care how smart he sounds. He's dumb according to the Bible. And a lot of you, that's how you're going to fall out of this truth. Your faith is going to be destroyed by the Billy Carsons of the world. Okay? A lot of y'all are going to be destroyed by people who think like him and move like him. He's a scammer and a liar when it comes to the word of God. That's what he is. He's a scammer and a liar when it comes to the word of God. Now let's go to the precious white man. Let's get the other video. I just wanted you to see how that black woman was hyping him up. And a lot of times black people do that because they've done no research. Someone gets popular and everybody wants to hear what they have to say. And he's no authority on the Bible. He's just repeating what other atheists have been saying. And I watch a lot of atheist videos, and he's not deep.
For knowing nothing about Christianity, you freaked out. You freaked out so much that you were knocking at my client's door.
Bring it back. What number did I say to start at? Start at 9:20.
Have nothing to stand on. And you didn't like that you got exposed.
Bring it back. I think I told you how to start earlier. I think it was 9. Start at 9 minutes.
Easy to do your own research because clearly you don't know how to do that.
Okay, this guy set up a debate for him, and he told him, look, you better research this guy. You've been talking a lot of crap, and the dude that I'm going to bring you before, he's well learned in the stuff that you're going to go over. You've never been challenged. No one's questioned you. Do your research. So when this guy started to damage him and show that he don't know what he's talking about, he got mad, and now he wants to sue. Okay, he don't want the video to come out, so he's trying to drop cease and desist papers that he drew up. He didn't even go to a lawyer. You let your lawyer do that, sir, for it to be binding, for it to be credible. You don't go and print out some documents yourself. As you're going to see, that's what he did. If he was about that life, he would be like how we are on Clubhouse. Let's do it before open audience. Let's everybody see if we know what we're talking about. Okay? Let it play.
Right.
I'm just bringing up to speed about what he's talking about.
And you didn't look up who Wesley was. And because you came face to face with a real historian and linguist, the fraudulent documents you like to claim as truthful have nothing to stand on. And you didn't like that you got exposed. And because you got exposed for knowing nothing about Christianity, you freaked out. You freaked out so much that you were knocking at my client's door at 2:30 a.m. in the morning.
Now I got to handle that situation.
Yo, this
With
is
legal
that's their ring camera. He came with fake papers that he drew up to make it look like a lawyer served them, to tell him, I don't want the video to come out where you get embodied because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the Bible. All the documents that you use to get the fame that you have on social media is fake. They're forgeries. Okay, and there's people that have studied them that know that this stuff what you're talking about is trash. But because he has a primarily black audience that he speaks to, and some people say stuff and nobody checks it, this white man was like, no, I'm studied. I've learned. So let's see if you can prove the statements that you're making. So this is him on the guy's ring camera trying to tell him, I don't want the video to go out that shows that I don't know what I'm talking about. At 2:30 a.m., this guy was losing sleep because he was worried about a video going out where he could not answer questions about the stupid things he'd been saying for years. He'd been talking about stupidity unchecked for years. Breastplate.
With legal papers, acting like you have the power to enforce some type of you got served. You guys, this is the type of person Billy is. Like, he does have a brain injury, so maybe there is something, like, literally wrong with him. I don't know. But this is, like, crazy behavior. My client has kids. He has a family. You got this guy walking up at his house at 2:30 in the morning because of a debate that he posted. That, by the way, wasn't even that bad. I mean, it was bad because Billy doesn't know what he's talking about, but there wasn't like arguments, and Wesley was very kind, and he could have pushed way harder, and he didn't. So Billy, bro, was it diabolical, or is what you're doing diabolical?
But at the same time, my mind went right into solutions mode. What's the solution to this problem, and how can I do it? How can I take care of this situation?
The solution is to pretend you're a lawyer and knock at my client's door at 2:30 in the morning.
How can I take care of this situation? Which I've already worked on last night while it happened.
No, you sure did, Billy. You sure did work on it the other night.
I didn't wait and think and sob and, oh my goodness, I can't believe this person backstabbed me like this, and why is this happening to me?
Backstabbed you? Please show me where the backstabbing occurred.
Yes, I processed the anger and the...
Billy, there's nothing to process. There's literally nothing to process. You agreed to an interview with Wesley. There was no bait and switch. You knew exactly what you were going to watch. We told you we were going to talk about religion, but you don't know what you're talking about, and because you finally stepped foot in front of somebody who knows what they're talking about, you were exposed for who you really are. So, let's talk about Billy's credentials. I mean, he did go on Joe Rogan talking about how he got into all this stuff.
Next morning, and I told the teacher I have to go to the library inside the school, Rainbow Park, and I said I need to get all the encyclopedias on aerospace. And she gave me the encyclopedias on aerospace, and that's when I started researching from that exact moment.
Wow.
And I haven't stopped since.
So you were, how old? 8?
7.
7 years old. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So he claims he was 7 with Joe, but with Wesley and Mark.
But since I was 6, I was studying aerospace.
Now, could that be an honest mistake? Sure. But if you're going on Joe Rogan, I would really highly encourage you to have your stories and facts in order. So what are Billy's real credentials here? He claims...
And you studied at both Harvard and MIT?
Harvard was for ancient civilizations. I took a class and got a certificate in ancient civilizations. And at MIT, I took a class in applied neuroscience and got a certificate in applied neuroscience.
Okay, so he says he goes to Harvard. And when you hear these words originally, most people are like, oh yeah, like he graduated from Harvard. Billy Carson did not graduate from Harvard. Billy Carson did not graduate from MIT. Billy Carson took a free class that any human being can take on ancient civilizations at Harvard and neuroscience at MIT. But he's going to push that in your face like that's something you can't do. This is a recent comment. He tells his followers, nah, Google me. MIT Applied Neuroscience, Kane University, Quantum Physics, Harvard Ancient Civilizations. In the class I'm teaching here, I'll provide you all the sources. Y'all, listen up. You can literally go take these classes at Harvard yourself. This is nothing to be proud of. I mean, and by the way, this is all recently. So, clearly he's starting to realize people are catching on to his grift. This is not impressive. And why does his Harvard University credentials say he went to school for 3 years? He says he went for 3 years, but the course he says he took only takes 1 year. Did it take him 3 years to take a 1 year course? That's crazy if so. Or is he just trying to skew the perception of who he really is to continue his grift? That is a question I do not know how to answer. I'll let you decide. He forgot to mention the part where he was an actor.
Over dry the beard because that can create itching and irritation.
But Billy, despite his quote-unquote education, he also claims he's a scientist.
You know, when I go a lot of places, because I'm 6'4", a lot of people, did you play basketball? Did you play football? What do you do for a living? I tell them, I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist. That's what I tell people. And you got, just to see the look on a lot of these people's faces when you first tell them that, they're like, huh? A scientist? Like, they're completely shocked. It's like, this black guy just told me he's a scientist. You can see it in their face.
Billy, my friend, science doesn't really care about your feelings, yet based off your own words, you like to base your research off what you feel it is.
If they ask me questions, I'll continue to try to educate them on what I believe or show them the way that I feel it is.
This is literally the definition of being emotional, which you claim you aren't. But based off your actions and how you do your research, you're clearly emotional. You have no idea what a real scientist is like. Let's talk about Billy's past. He also claims he's not a criminal. And you'll hear him say this a lot. He even made a video back in 2023 to debunk the allegations that certain people had started putting out about him. About that he spent time in jail, about that he was arrested for identity theft, and all these different things that he claimed are not true. He put a video out about it. Unfortunately, I can't find the video. The reason he probably deleted it is because he probably tried to debunk something that was actually true. And probably Elizabeth or somebody close to him was like, dude, you can't have this out here because this is a lie. So the video's gone. I found that very interesting. For somebody who prides themselves as being honest and transparent and, a thought leader and all these different things. But when I looked into it, not only is Billy a criminal, but he lies to people about being a criminal. Let's take a look.
That's a bit.
That one, no, yeah, 3 months. 3 months.
That's a year. If you innocent, 3 months is a fucking year. That's a bit.
Time. I went on a trip with a friend of mine to Georgia a long time ago. We were kids, basically. And
You weren't a kid. You were 31 years old. This was in 2002.
He had some marijuana in the back of his trunk. He had not even a lot. I mean, it was personal use. It was less than an ounce. It was in his speaker box. We get pulled over going into Georgia. So they pull us over and everything else. He forgets he has it in there. It's so old that it's dry rotted, I guess, And they searched it. They found this dry rotted, blood in the back of the trunk.
So Billy, it wasn't marijuana. It was cocaine. That's a big difference. And unfortunately, somebody tried to wipe this clear of the internet, clearly, because it's very hard to find details on this. But I dug these details up over 2 years ago. They've gotten harder since.
And they took us down to the local, the local police department, the local jailhouse. And they kept us in there for 3 months waiting to go to trial. He had given the statement that this guy was just a friend of mine, a passenger in the car and everything else. People were begging to get out of there just to go to prison. But it was a hell of an experience for me to be able to be around those people. I became like the leader in there, of course, dropping knowledge on people and getting people's minds right and everything else. And people, the hardest core criminals and stuff in there were like hating to see me leave, literally tearing up when I got out of there. Obviously, they had to let me go because I didn't do nothing wrong.
3 months.
3 months. 3 months.
That's a quarter.
That's what they do. It's a business. It's a business. It's a business.
It almost feels like you just needed to experience every single thing for no reason, just so that you could relate to the rest of the world.
I already knew that. That's exactly what it was. I had been through that situation, which of course I was completely exonerated. I have no criminal record at all. Matter of fact, I just got my concealed weapons license.
Let's move it up a little.
He's just running his mouth. I'm a USA basketball coach, so there's no.
Move it up a little. Keep going.
Into court records in the
right there, back
in the name of Charles Rubin to fraudulently driver's license.
Put it back a little bit. Put it back a
court
little
records that I pulled up from the Broward County website.
So these are court documents. Because I don't want nobody else. I know a lot of y'all like him. The reason I'm bringing him up is because people bring his rhetoric into Clubhouse and into our house, the house of God, trying to make him authority on the stupidity that y'all keep bringing to us. Okay? He's trying to paint himself as he's this Harvard grad and he's this scientist and he's this, and all his documents are fake. He is not the only one. There are other people that are exactly like him. They make up a lot of things and present it to you people because you live your life through social media and you believe whatever you see on TV or on the internet. This white man pulled up court documents. Okay? And if you see there, it says fraud in person, possess ID of another person. This is the charge that was put on him. This was 2013, 12801 West Sunrise Boulevard, Sunrise, Florida. Okay, 12/18/13. William Carson was arrested for using fictitious ID card in the name of Charles Rubin. Let's slide it up a little bit.
On December 18th, 2013, the defendant, William Carlson.
Slide it up. Slide it up. I'll tell you when to. Keep going. So nobody don't say that people are making up things against him. He been making up things against God and Christ for too long. He has to get that work now. Keep sliding. I'll tell you when to stop. Just go slowly. I think this was a check scheme, this one here. Yes, back this one up. There's a total different court document. The first arrest was for the fake ID and for the drugs. Let it play.
Each credit account had an account balance. The following names and dates of birth were used in addition to the Social Security. Wow. Long story short, I'm pretty sure he ended up going to the jail. Here he goes. I read defendant Miranda rights via card, which he waived and admitted that the license was fictitious. Defendant advised that he purchased the license off of the street in Miami. This is 11 years ago. Not even. Yeah, it's literally like almost exactly 11 years ago. Defendant advised that his credit is bad and could not open an account under his real name. Defendant signed consent form to search his vehicle, where I found another Florida driver's license in the name of John Black Knight. I also found a Florida power light bill in the vehicle with the name Charles Rubin on it. Defendant advised that he printed out a bill on his computer and changed the name. Defendant also advised that in the past he changed his birth name from Billy Carson to his current name. Carson also changed his name. His real name is William Carlson. Why would someone have to change their name? Alias name, Carson Billy Camrick. Alias name, Carson William Tyrone. Charged for fraud. Here you go. Here's the arrest information. And,
Pause it. Some people change their name when they're running scams. It's harder to find the past criminal history if your name was changed. But in the beginning of this video, he says all this information that he's presenting are readily available court documents that you could get your own self. Press play.
You go on and on and on. I don't need to be a freaking detective here. You can go download this stuff if you want, but you get the idea. This is Billy Carson.
Okay, slide it up. Yes, because people keep talking about his forbidden knowledge website. And people are subscribed to him and repeating his stupidity to us. And coming into our platform and trying to push his stupid arguments. Okay? My new documentary will be on Amazon soon. Take a journey with me into the county jail for one night and the extensive process that I had to go through to get my case terminated and find out what happened to 5 inmates that I tracked through the system and how, because here's what I wanted to show you here, that this white guy is bringing out. I've heard it plenty of times. He morphed into this new person that he is now after he went to prison. A lot of the scams are concocted in prison. So it's I don't know if it's true what the white guy is saying. He came across people and reinvented himself based on his interaction with those people there. Because you're around criminal minds, you start to learn criminal behavior. Okay, so this is where a whole transformation of him started when he got arrested. That's what this guy is going to say here. Let it play.
Take a journey with me into the county jail for one night and the extensive process that I had to go through to get my case terminated. Okay, so he acknowledges there was a case, just like he said to Dame Dash. So it all adds up, right? What doesn't add up based off what Billy says is the nature of the case. From what I found, it's cocaine. From what he says, it's marijuana. And it seems like he was going to make a documentary about this. This was all the way back in 2018. I went to go look up if the documentary came out, and it did not come out. It's still in pre-production. So I don't know. Maybe it never happened. Maybe this was a project he was working on and he dropped it for whatever reason. But I was actually kind of glad to see this post because, this was 2018. When he made the video about is Billy a fraudster and did he really go to jail and all that other stuff that I showed earlier, that was like that was much later. This was later in time. So this has clearly been on his radar, and I would just love some clarity. Like, I really would love to know the truth. Again, I don't want to paint somebody for something that's not true, but based off Billy's words and what I could find on the internet, something does not add up. Like, did you actually do fraud? And if you did, no worries. Like, we all make mistakes, but why do you have to lie about it? Why do you have to try to cover it up? Why did you change your name? These are questions that I just have to.
Right there, let it play.
So, based off everything that's there, I mean, he's gone to jail a few separate times. So, there's something, but I found this super interesting because he was going to make a documentary about it. So, I mean, if you're committing to making a documentary about how your case was unlawful and terminated from his own words, that's significant. That matters. And I feel like if this is all true, he would have talked about it more. So I don't know. It's just really, really interesting. Billy Carson also raised almost $48,000. This was in September 2017. It was for the island of Puerto Rico. There was Hurricane Miami, and Billy actually raised $47,814. Now, I am personally insanely skeptical about this. I'll show you why. I'm not drawing any conclusions, But I'm going to commentate on this and just show you why I think this is very fishy in a lot of ways. And this is not the first time he's done this. He's raised audience. He raises money through his platform.
Pause it. Fake fundraisers make a lot of money. Like you remember when people was using the controversy of Joy Morgan, okay, you had the guy in Texas that left us, Uzziah, talking about he's raising money for the family. People like to do that, okay? And when you do a fundraiser, you don't have to disclose how much you gave. You can take from it. You can say that it's operating costs. So a lot of people will use a crisis to make money. They'll use public sympathy to make money. Something goes wrong, they'll say, "Oh, we're doing this money we're collecting this money for the family," and they could raise, like he's saying here, 47,000, and just give 7,000, and just give 5. It's an ongoing scam. That's why GoFundMe, a lot of times the person don't get the money. Just like that girl with the fake brick attack. She's done it numerous times. All she had to do is put a video with her head swollen with something she injected in her head, say that some black man hit her in her face, and she raised thousands of dollars. She's done it numerous times. People could play off the hurricane disaster and raise money, and they'll show them with boxes. They'll show them with water like this guy shows here. I don't want to play this, but he goes in, and nothing that he's saying makes sense. Billy Carson is saying that he got trucks and he got this, but you just keep seeing him buying cases of water and loading it into his car. It's all fake. It's all fake. So all you got to do is put the picture up of the disaster. He sees people being sympathetic. He already put himself as some public figure, like some humanitarian. People are going to trust him and send him money. That's how you black people are. He sounds intelligent. He's using social media. He's taking images. He's taking a catastrophe that took place, and he's tugging on the heartstrings of ignorant black people. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but y'all could go back and watch the video for yourself, and you'll see this guy is not lying. He's not making this up. It doesn't make sense. Even there's a part where he said he sent 10,000 baby wipes. He said he sent a certain amount of cases of water. So this guy goes and does the math. It comes out to like $300. And then he says how much trucks you would need to move what he said he got to send to Puerto Rico, and nothing that he's saying that he raised for Puerto Rico, you need a fleet of trucks to do. He's telling people he got planes, he got trucks, nobody sees them. All you see him is loading stuff into his car. You can't make this up. I'm gonna let it a little bit play for y'all. Let it play.
I'm going to commentate on this and just show you why I think this is very fishy in a lot of ways. And this is not the first time he's done this.
He's done it numerous times. And you black people support him. You black people, with the work we're doing, you can see it. You can pop up at any school. You see the bishop. You see him where he say he gonna be, he gonna be. There's a video crew following him around all the time, country to country, state to state, place to place. But y'all will take your money and give it to this charlatan, this huckster, this liar, rather than support people that's pushing the scriptures to bring forth the unity in your community and the salvation for your nation.
That's right.
Watch this. I'm just going to let a little bit of it play. But I was like, damn, you can't make this up. Let it play.
Money through his platform all the time. For somebody who claims to be a multimillionaire, why would they have to raise money for Hurricane Maria? Wouldn't they just, want to donate the money themselves? Why do they got to use their followers? He also claims he's donated $12 million in his career. I'd love to see some receipts on that one, because you claim you always come with receipts.
Again, I always bring you guys the receipts. I always bring the receipts.
He's doing it right now. He's raising money. I think that's a little bit more professional than some of this GoFundMe stuff. But this to me is super, super fishy. So pretty much what I'm going to be showing you is, again, he's raised almost $50,000. You would expect so much supplies everywhere. And he does show supplies, and maybe there's some that he's just not showing, but I'm just skeptical of that, because if you have to show anything, like, wouldn't you show it all? Like, wouldn't there be literally, like, semi-trucks filled with stuff?
We did launch the Hurricane Maria Disaster Relief Fund. The link is in my bio, as well on many other bios that I've already got on the council online. Please follow that link, because if you can't help financially, but you're local, you can actually bring goods directly to 2 different addresses that are already established, with cargo ships leaving out, taking supplies to the people in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, Virgin Gorda, Dominica. Please, we need your help. These people are suffering significantly. 100% power loss. Puerto Rico powers the majority of those islands out there. So because they're down, everybody else is down, and they're talking about potentially 6 months. It could be even more to get electricity back. But there's people suffering, sick, in need of food, even just toilet paper.
Yo, this
so
is
please,
just
find it in your
deja
heart, whatever it
vu
can be.
with Joy Morgan. They did the same shit with Joy Morgan. For those of you who are watching, she was a woman that was with one of our congregations in England, and we had a person that left us that I refer to as a Chinese boy that hated us, so he started a lie that we were complicit in her demise. And other black Hebrew Israelite camps started to run with it, and deflectors from our organization went and started collecting money for her. This is the same exact thing. Until I started saying, you know how many thousands of black women have died in the United States of America, and there was never, ever no collection for their families? But because there was so much lies on us and the black Hebrew Israelite community, like ISUPK kept putting stuff about her and putting sensationalism and lies. They were walking around with a Joy Morgan t-shirt, okay, trying to move the heartstrings of the Israelite community, until the precious white man in a court said these men had nothing to do with why are you even saying that? They gave us letters of thank you for the help that we did. They gave us letters of thank you. Bishop flew men out to England to find out what was going on because of you lying black Hebrew Israelites, primarily ISUPK. Those are the biggest liars. GMS right behind them. And then the men that was with us, like Uzziah, Judah Mac, the Chinese boy, Bezaleel, all you niggas that was with us that was lying. Then Uzziah sitting down with his fake new camp he made up talking about you collecting money for Joy Morgan. And you idiots went back and followed him. It's the same way out here with lies. This is exactly what Billy Carson's doing, waiting for some type of public, something that went public, some catastrophe or some disaster or something that's moving the heartstrings of people. And y'all would have never knew nothing about no Joy Morgan if it wasn't for the black Hebrew Israelites that was listening to the lying Chinese boy that was amongst us. Okay, that started sending, calling the police in England. And lying. And then black Hebrew Israelites started joining in. And as I said before, I just said one thing. How come there's thousands of black women dying in the United States of America every day? ISUPK ain't never talk about them in one video. Ain't nobody talking about raising no money for no family. Women been thrown off buildings. They've been raped. They've been set on fire. They've been kidnapped. Nobody never gathered no money together to try and do something for the family. But because the black Hebrew Israelite community was so intertwined in, well, maybe they did do it. Maybe the bishop did go on a plane over there, bringing my name up, and I don't even get on no damn plane. And you people look real stupid. You people look real stupid. All of a sudden, there's documentaries. Everybody's talking about it. It's for one reason and one reason only, to try to make us look bad and bring us down. This is what we had to deal with for years. And this is why God says, because at one point, Bill Carson says about what type of God has to kill everybody. This is why, because of people like you, Bill Carson. The only thing for people like that is to just get them off the earth. They're not going to stop lying. They're not going to stop lying. They're just going to use any public sympathy issue or public outcry or disaster to run another scam and another scam and another scam. And because they know that you black people, you're not going to check nothing. They know you're not going to look into it. They know you're not going to check nothing. Somebody they still have at camp, they still got the girl picture out there. And she been gone for over 7 years ago. If you Google right now, I think GMS just put another video up. Why did it, that's right, why did it never raise no money for Sandra Bland, for Sonia Massey? People who we saw right here, we saw video of everything clear that these people were a travesty of injustice was displayed right before our face. There was no GoFundMe, no nothing for them. The only time they had a public outcry was when they thought that they could do something against us. Go back to the video. Go back to the video. This is going to, trust me, y'all going to love this. This is just going to be so much fun. This is going to be so much fun. You're going to love this. And it's going to help you guys to not be gullible and to check things out. Okay, the way social media is, the way AI is, you cannot take everybody on face value. You got to go deeper and see if are these people about that life. Like you see me on Clubhouse, I'll be like, yo, we about that life. Come see us. The room is called Biblical Smoke. We ain't no joke. Come correct or you might get choked. Press play.
Help us, help these people. Help me, help my family. They need us more than ever. All right.
I think it's really awesome what Billy's doing. I think it's amazing that he has a heart for this stuff. And I'm not even necessarily accusing him of taking money from this, but just based off what he has shown publicly, something to me personally doesn't add up. I mean, I'll show you the evidence of what's here. I'm sure there's more, and maybe there's something I'm missing. I don't know for sure. Maybe there's more people involved. Maybe there was a lot of stuff that happened outside of the scenes. Maybe he is donating money and it's not just supplies. I don't know. But based off what he shows here, it seems to me he's just raising money for food, for water, for diapers, baby wipes. But if you read the GoFundMe and what he says in this video, he says that if you bring supplies, we'll donate it for you, which is awesome. Again, this is all amazing stuff. And he shows the supplies. So my question is, what is the donated supplies versus what did he buy? And clearly, it's not $47,000 worth of stuff. I mean, what he shows, there's just no way.
Watch this. Watch this.
So, I don't know. What
this.
Do you guys think? Am I overlooking into this? Am I
Because I would have never
tainted?
thought to
Maybe
do this. I never would have thought to do this, but just check this out, please.
they are. But Billy has lied to me personally. He has told other lies based off what you'll see in this video. So could he be lying about this too? I don't really know. I hope he's not. I really hope he's not. I don't feel like Billy's that type of person, actually, based off my personal experience with him. Like, just because he lied to me about his age, you know, that could be for some other reason that I don't know about. I think he lied about that because he wanted to sell his Anunnaki colloidal silver stuff. There's even a hashtag that says like hashtag alien blood that he used.
People caught, he's telling people he's 70 years old. Okay, I'm in my 50s, and he looks younger than me. So people were checking his records, and it just wasn't lining up. But the stuff that he was selling from Anunnaki, the colloidal silver, I know about colloidal silver because my hand got severely burned, and I could tell you what to use. I could tell you where to get it from. The doctors told me I was going to need a skin graft, that the skin would never, you saw down, it was a 3rd-degree burn. You could see the blood thriving through my hand looked white. And somebody got me the colloidal silver and told me, look, put this on your hand. And with a matter of weeks, the skin started to close, no skin graft. The hand is not fully healed, but what they were telling me to do versus what the colloidal silver did, listen, within 2 weeks of putting the stuff on my hand, all the hair on my knuckles grew back. The hair on this hand was more than the hair on this hand. And that's when I started to say, something is not right with this thing. All the hair on my hand was burned off. So I was making a comparison. I got video to prove that I'm not making up what I'm saying as it started to heal, because I was in amazement. I couldn't believe how the colloidal silver was healing it, like unbelievable. So I started to have little afros on my fingers. So I was like, maybe you could use this for hair growth. I don't know. And I did study, and people were saying, yes, they have used it. But literally all the hair on my hand was burned off. And within 2 weeks of putting it back on, I had a little afro on my hands. So people will try to tell you to use a colloidal silver and tell you that it does work. But he was saying some stuff about Anunnaki, about some civilization, some ancient civilization, some BS. And that's what he's talking about here. Let it play.
So, it's a marketing thing. It's a little weird, but hey, it's harmless, really, in essence. But this, I don't know. I really want to be wrong about it. I really, really do. But what are your guys' thoughts?
I'm over here at the Cheesecake Factory with my man.
How you doing, Miguel?
What's up, Miguel? Man, we just dropped off some supplies here. Hope you guys can see. Miguel, tell us people how we getting this stuff into Puerto Rico, man.
Well, different ways.
Pause it. You understand that that's a little storage closet for mops and brooms. That's not even $20 worth of stuff on the shelf that he showed. Let it play.
Fresh Point, they're helping us out. They have a plane goes out once a week to Puerto Rico, so they'll be, taking as much as they can. And then we also have some charter jets. The pilots are kind enough to load up whatever we can in their planes when the planes are empty to Puerto Rico as well. So, with the combination between the private jets plus Fresh Point, we'll get as much stuff out as possible down to Puerto Rico.
Hey, appreciate it, man. The people appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And we're going to bring back some more goods.
All right,
thanks,
good.
man.
Yes, thank you.
All right, cool. I'm at the back door of Cheesecake Factory, man. We're going to be bringing back some more stuff. All right, so that was Miguel. He's the manager. And they got the chartered flights. So I've been working all day, and we loaded up the whole warehouse back there. They have no more space. We loaded up a front office, a side office, and this back mop room with stuff. So now I'm sweating like a pig out here. Y'all got me doing the manual labor, but it's all love, man.
So something suspicious about this clip is that he claims they loaded up, multiple rooms and whatnot, but where's the truck? Like where he has a car, but it's not a big truck. Like it's just a normal car. Like, where did you take these supplies? Like, where are the other people helping you? Like, there's no way you unloaded, even, let's say it wasn't, like, obviously it wasn't the full 50 grand. Let's say it was even 10 grand. I mean, a pallet of water is like $500. So, like you loaded that into your car? I just have so many questions about this.
We don't need truck drivers.
Watch this.
We're delivering stuff directly to.
He's being meticulous, which is good, because it shows that he's crossing his T's and dotting his I's for when you people start asking why. So he's giving you a breakdown of what this guy said that he donated. Okay, he's showing you how many wipes, how much come in a pack, and what it costs, and what it would amount to is what he said that he donated, it would come out to $350. A pallet of water would have came out to about $500. You at $850. Okay, move it up a little bit, because he gets very meticulous here, and it makes 100% sense. Keep sliding. I'll tell you when to stop. He's showing you what 10,000 packs of baby wipes will cost, and what it would take to store it and to move it. Keep sliding. Keep sliding, keep sliding, keep sliding till I tell you to stop. Keep going. He's showing you even the Pampers, what it will cost if he got the number of Pampers that he said. Keep going. And all he keeps showing is his little car. And no time does he say anything about trucks. Keep going. Okay, he shows you what a pallet of water looks like. And explains to you how much it costs. And what it will look like where most of it, that stuff can't fit in his car. The little car that he has. Keep going, keep going. So he's doing the math. He's doing the numbers. He's showing you what they have in the storage at that Cheesecake Factory versus what he's saying he's sending. Keep going. See, he's giving you the numbers of what a pallet will come for off of a truck. $378, $192, depending on what type of water you're buying. A pallet is like almost close to $200. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay? If you look, he just keeps showing himself with water, and he keeps showing what he's doing. And that is to tug on the heartstrings of the people to send money. Okay, and the money he collected versus what he's showing is not adding up. Press play.
Out there, peace. All the people in St. Thomas, I love y'all. My family's out there in St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. Martin, all around where my people are from. And I'm not going to let them go out like that, you know what I mean? So this is what's up, guys. My son's getting ready to pull up now. There he goes in the SUV. He's pulling up.
So his son pulls up in an SUV.
Load up one. And we're going to come back for two more.
A truck full of water.
Man, I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Give me all the help and support. If you want to send items, physical items, and you don't want to send money, then you can just simply go to the GoFundMe link, and there's an address.
This is where he talks about the physical address.
You can send the help to, the goods to. I'll pick them up from there on my own penny, my own dime, and take them and drop them off to get delivered. Our products are getting taken over on a private jet.
Pour it up a little, pour it up. Press play, press play.
All of diapers, we already looked that up.
I know it seems impossible that we need more, but we need more. Okay? We need more.
Pallet of water, we looked that up.
Need a lot more. We have a way to get it to the people.
That's a real pallet right there.
The new drop-off is going to be at Sedano's, but I'm going to get the location for Sedano's. And if you have any doubt, some more organic beans.
Guys, even love to see the receipts for this. I would really love to see that $47,800 and whatever, $14, whatever it was.
Again, I always bring you guys the receipts. I always bring the receipts.
I'd love to see it.
If you have any doubt.
Okay, move it up, move it up. Move it up, move it up. Keep going, keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going, keep going. Bring it back, bring it back. Press play.
Feel that.
Pause it, pause it, pause it. What you see on his shirt, the logo for his teaching is that all, because he said that the Bible is bringing people to Satan. That eyeball on your shirt is satanic, sir. The eyeball on your tie is satanic, sir. And he made the statement you saw that people reading the Bible, they're more following the Satan than God. That's why he had to get this work. Let's press play.
So I left and became, who I was destined to be, who I told my third grade teacher I would be when I was in the third grade. She told me, you would never be on TV. You never be anything because you're poor.
Oh, man.
And I said, okay. I was shocked and I was embarrassed.
Of course.
But I went and I found a way to do it and help people along the way. And that's important. And that's what you're doing. That's why this man is sitting here in my house. Because this man is literally out there. I've seen it with my own eyes. He's out here really changing lives, helping people start that transformation process.
Yeah.
And sometimes the hardest thing to do is to take that first step. Yep. And for you guys, the first step can be just joining this breathwork meditation.
It's literally free.
Yeah.
Like there is no catch. He then goes on to say that he has $1 billion check in his wallet that he wrote to himself, and it's gonna be cashed, and it's like a manifesting thing. And then that's when you realize there is no limit. There is literally no limit other than the one you put your head.
It's powerful you said that. So I set myself a goal and I wrote myself a check for $1 million, right?
Wow.
And so that was years ago. And so I achieved $1 million within the amount of time that I allotted for myself. And then I wrote myself a check for $20 million.
Wow.
And I actually went live on Instagram. This was a few years, I think it was 2017, when I was in Greece at the time. And a company called me on a deal I was trying to transact and offered me the $20 million. I did it live.
Holy shit.
It's on Instagram.
What was the transaction?
Slide it up. Slide it up some more. Press play.
And so, just doing that, it became a part of me and understanding like, okay, well, there's something here. But at the same time, because I studied it so well, I recognized a lot of discrepancies that didn't make any sense to me before I came across the ancient tablets.
Right.
Billy claims that he's been doing Bible reports since he was 3 years old.
And I've been studying this Bible and doing book reports on the Bible since the age of 3 years old.
First of all, most 3-year-olds can't even read, let alone do Bible reports. And for somebody who's been doing Bible reports since they're 3 years old, I would expect them to know the Bible a little bit better. But he really has no idea what he's talking about. So I'm just going to go through and look at these a little bit closely, because Billy claims Jesus traveled from Israel to Tibet. Okay, so I'm going to play a clip.
In your book, you talk about, in the Emerald Tablets, you talk about how the Emerald Tablets came 36,000 years before Jesus even walked the earth.
Yes.
And Jesus, when we talk about Jesus, he was a student of the Egyptian mysteries.
Yeah.
He learned reincarnation. He learned, what else? In India, right? In meditation.
In India, he learned the mystic arts. In Tibet, he learned Qigong and Reiki, healing with the hands.
Yeah.
Confirmed by the Dalai Lama, by the way, in recent times. As the information has been handed down and passed down from Dalai Lama to Dalai Lama. This was confirmed through also Robert Grant, who visited with the Dalai Lama, verified just a few years ago, not too long ago.
What is so insane to me is that, first of all, Jesus' lost years from the Bible start from the age of 12. So logistically, to get to Tibet from Jerusalem, you'd have to go through the Himalayas, you'd have to go through deserts, you'd have to go through mountain ranges, let alone knowing how to get there.
This is the stupid foolishness that people are spewing. I heard this from that black conscious community. People coming with this stupidity in Clubhouse. Okay, nobody never research it or check it out. That's why I'm letting y'all see what he's trying to push to y'all, that Jesus traveled from Jerusalem to Tibet to learn how to do faith healing and to copy stuff from the Tibetans. This is what he's trying to push to us. This is what he's trying to push to us with no factual evidence whatsoever. Let it play.
Himalayas, you'd have to go through deserts, you'd have to go through mountain ranges, let alone knowing how to get there. This one's a stretch, bro. No historian will tell you this is true. Because just logistically, the travel is 3,000 plus
Because
miles
some
on.
black person made it up. This is what I'm talking about. He's just saying anything, and you black people are oohing and ahhing. It does not make no sense logistically what he is saying. Let it play.
Foot, and Jesus is a child. Come on, man. Alexander the Great didn't even really make it that far per se, and that was like over, I think, 10 or 11 years of his journey, and he had resources at his disposal, like engineers and support. You know, this guy wasn't traveling alone. So to think this like little 12-year-old Jesus is hucking through the mountains and traveling 3,000 miles.
Move it up. I just want to show you his sensational, stupid claims that are being made and nobody's checking them. Keep going, keep going. Stop right there. He's talked this book, the emerald tablets with the bird with the long beak. Okay? This is what he's pushing, and this is what he wants y'all to study. He wants you to put the Bible down because he says it's satanic. And he came up with the emerald tablets. And you ignorant black people are going to follow this and buy the dumb book. Hey, I just sent y'all an image. What's that? He got the eyeball again on his shirt. The all-seeing eye of Ra from ancient Egypt is what he has on his shirt, his tie. We've shown it numerous times. I sent you an image to the Telegram. Is it there? Did you check it? Put that on the screen. Before I came into the truth, there was a fool that sounded just like this guy in Harlem that a lot of black people were following. And only people of my age are going to, you young people, you don't know nothing about this. If you was in Harlem in the late 80s, early 90s, you would know what I'm talking about. Okay, you young people now, you're not going to know. Some of y'all were not born. Okay, his name is Dr. Malachi Z. York. And he was saying the same stupid trash that Bill Carson is saying. And he went to jail. A lot of black people were following him in stupidity, and he was trying to make it look like he was some type of divinity. Okay, and talking about space travel and all this stupid stuff and science and astrophysics. This is just Billy Carson, the new version of Dr. Malachi Z. York. Okay, speaking about reptilians, now it's the Anunnaki. It's the same thing. We've heard this stupid foolishness before. It's just somehow Bill Carson been allowed to go unchecked for a long time until white people got enough of his foolishness. And, after I'm finished here, y'all could go and do a search. People are going in on him. I'm only doing this for my audience. So y'all could be aware in case somebody come to you with this stupidity. Because I know your mama watch him, or your uncle watch him, your auntie watch him, and he don't know nothing that he's talking about. Let's take him off the screen. Here's a Dr. Malachi Z. York knockoff. This guy had schools, he had comic books, he was all over Harlem. A lot of people, even people today my age, still believe in the trash. The same way y'all still, even after seeing this, y'all still going to believe in Bill Carson. Breastplate.
Become big, but I looked him up first. I researched him before I disagreed to do it, and found out that he had did some things like he had a sexual abuse on a 19-year-old minor. And I'm like, why would I make a guy like this famous?
Who is this guy? Is it another YouTuber or?
Yeah, I won't give his name because
okay. You're open to debating anybody.
I'm open. Yeah.
Okay. So if we set up anything with anyone else that's maybe expert in the area of topic that you're okay with a panel like that.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So
Billy claims he'll debate anybody. Yet when we set up a debate with him with Wesley Huff, he huffs and puffs and threatens us with lawsuits because he's terrified people will see it. So I work for Mark, and part of my job with him is to help him prepare for his interviews with his guests. So knowing what I know about Billy, knowing I've watched his interviews just bashing Jesus, I thought, let's start off with something like the crucifixion. Let's hear what Billy has to say about the crucifixion against someone like Wesley, who also has a lot of knowledge and research and education around the crucifixion.
If you want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to how you came about, like the findings where it seems that Jesus was not crucified, or that's not accurate.
The statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible. The text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary. According to some scholars, it's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds
You people
more
not come in Clubhouse with this stupid shit? We hear this stupid stuff listen, y'all going to be shocked. This white guy is just waiting till he just lit the flamethrower. He just lit the flamethrower. That white guy don't got these books behind him for no reason. Okay, press play.
It's true. It adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
I really appreciate the fact that you seem to have investigated to a certain degree some of these facts. Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes... Okay. That's why I was trying to get some clarification. Because, so you can actually go and see... Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library. So you can go and see it. It's on display. And the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I thought this was pretty badass when Wesley just turned around and grabbed Codex Sinaiticus right off his bookshelf. I think in this moment, Billy realized, oh shit, I'm screwed.
So I have it, and the only reason I asked for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually what you mean.
Because, pause it. They love to do that in Clubhouse and say, that's not what I meant. That's why you hear me say, could you repeat it again, sir? Because once you're about to hammer them up, they say, no, I misspoke, like he's going to do here.
Not addressing something else. Because the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. Mm-hmm. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from. So my curiosity is just simply in kind of exploring, when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there, I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or, the John 19, or any of the other ones. So I think my confusion is that it doesn't read any differently. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers are?
Where was that piece?
I found the
Watch
text
this,
where
watch
I was
this.
referencing. Actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Wow, how convenient, Billy. You've gone on some of the biggest podcasts in the world, and you've been saying this
The same
garbage
thing
since
over and
2017. And you just misquoted. Oh, some of you listening might be like, oh, it's no big deal. He just misquoted. You gotta understand, the crucifixion, the resurrection of Jesus Christ is what makes Christianity legit. If Jesus wasn't crucified, there would be no Christianity. Now, to believe he rose from the dead, that's a whole nother thing. But Billy, right here, shows you his research is a bunch of crap. I'm basing what Billy said off his own words. He claimed the crucifix was not in Codex Sinaiticus. The crucifix is in Codex Sinaiticus, so he was wrong. So he goes, oh, well, maybe it's a different thing. It's the Book of Barnabas. Let's find out what the Book of Barnabas is really about.
Okay, yeah, well, so that's good. So let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with, there are two manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas. The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery. And so that's why I think it's important to get to these sources. So at the very start of the Gospel of Barnabas, which we only have 2 copies of.
If you go to look up the Book of Barnabas on Google, you can literally find within 2 seconds that it's a fraud. I know how conspiracy theorists think because I used to be one as well. It's not a fraud because of what it says. It's a fraud because of how it's written. There's errors in terms of location. There's errors in terms of spelling and copy. It's not just a fraud because of what it's saying. And if you want to learn about that more deeply, Wesley's entire career pretty much is based around this type of stuff. Can I really trust what's in the Bible?
We have 2 copies of. One is in Italian and one is in Spanish. We see right off the bat that the Gospel of Barnabas, not to be confused with either the Epistle of Barnabas or the Acts of Barnabas, which are 2 apocryphal documents from the 2nd century, but the Gospel of Barnabas in particular, we know it's a forgery because it does things like in chapter 92, it says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked to Jerusalem. But Mount Sinai is more than a week's journey away from Jerusalem, and neither Mount Sinai nor Jerusalem are close to the Jordan River. So never mind there not being a route from the Jordan River to around Mount Sinai or going to Jerusalem. But there are internal problems with the Gospel of Barnabas, which indicate that it shows no actual indication of evidence of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding. It actually says Jesus is the Christ, but not the Messiah, which indicates that whoever the author is, he didn't know that those were the same words. And I think a bigger problem is that the Gospel of Barnabas actually paraphrases Dante's Inferno, which was written in 1314. So there's a lot of internal evidences that disqualify the Gospel of Barnabas, never mind the fact that we don't have any evidence of it prior to the 14th century, and none in any other language other than Middle Age Italian Italian and Spanish. But the internal content of the Gospel of Barnabas disqualifies it from being ancient. And then the fact that it's doing things like paraphrasing Dante, or it also refers to a rule of the time of Jubilee, which was changed in the Middle Ages from what it was in the biblical year of Jubilee. And it goes with the Middle Ages concept, not the ancient concept. So I think what I'm getting at is, so I'm a historian. and I deal with sources. So when I'm looking at sources, I want to make sure that I have a methodology by which I approach any type of source. So if there is something that denies the crucifixion, I want to make sure that I'm analyzing it and that the methodology by which I analyze it actually reveals that the content can be accurately tied to the event. So if we're talking about, say, Codex Sinaiticus, that's in the 4th century. Now that is, I would agree with you, Billy, our oldest copy of the Bible in the sense of cover to cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible.
Right.
The problem is that we have individual copies of all 4 Gospels going back hundreds of years before Codex Sinaiticus. So I have a facsimile behind me of P66. This is a late 2nd century copy of the Gospel of John. I work with this particular manuscript. I can just show the screen right here. This is an almost complete copy of the Gospel of John. And it has the crucifixion.
By any chance?
Yeah, so papyrus is just the what it's made out of.
So
I got that from GPT, by the way.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
guys, I'm just
I
trying
can
to sound
actually.
smart for a second.
I have that papyrus at home.
Oh, that's
Yeah, so I'll show you this. So so the documents you actually see on my bookshelf behind me are facsimile papyri that I've made. So when I was in Egypt last summer, I went and I made for me some papyrus sheets. And so I take these papyrus sheets, which are made from the papyrus plant, and then when I go and I look at actual manuscripts, so I was at the University of Philadelphia last summer, and I went and I saw a document called P1, which is a 3rd century fragment of the beginning of the Gospel of Matthew. And so what I did is I sat down with that original and I produced a facsimile. So I copied the text. First of all, I cut it out with an X-Acto knife in not the original 3rd century one on my papyrus. I cut out with an X-Acto knife this guy, and then I copied the text transcriptionally on the front and the back. So papyrus is just simply, it's what it's made out of.
Yeah.
And so there's categorizing systems, and the standard one is called the Gregory Alland categorizing system. And so sometimes you'll see when manuscripts are mentioned, they'll have a GA and then a number behind it. If it's made of papyrus, you simply abbreviate the word papyrus to P, and then you have the numbering system. So P66, what I showed you earlier, that's this on the categorizing system. It's the 66th manuscript that was put into the system. It's from the Gospel of John. I also have, P46 and P47 on my shelf, which includes all 4 Gospels and Acts from the 2nd and 3rd centuries. So the only hesitation I have with what you said, Billy, is that we have single copies of the Gospels that can be dated to the 2nd century that all do have the crucifixion. And so if we're relying on something like the Gospel of Barnabas, which is not just like, it's not that there's debate about it, it's that it's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than.
If you say it's a known forgery in but I'm going to go with that.
No, you're not just going to concede because the white man bodied you. If you say it's fake, well, we're just going to say it's fake. We've been telling y'all that for the longest. Stop coming in the room with the book of Enoch. Stop coming in the room with the book of Barnabas. Stop coming with these fake. They're known fakes. He's never done a debate. He's just been put on show after show after show to spew out a whole bunch of foolishness. But when the white man reached over into his cabinet and said, look, I have the originals. I have what the stuff the Bible was translated from. It all documents the crucifixion. That's for you ignorant Negroes that keep coming in talking about the Ethiopian Bible and telling us that the Ethiopian Bible is older than the King James. We don't care. Y'all don't have the manuscripts. And I'm saying this, I'm not just talking to my audience. There's a lot of you other smart, deep Negroes. Y'all know who I'm talking. Stop coming in our room. Stop coming in our room, running your mouth, and repeating Billy Carson crap.
You better shut your mouth.
Okay? Y'all don't have the manuscripts. From what he has, the original manuscripts, well, not the original, copies of the original, from where this stuff came from. And you got black people coming in the room talking about, well, y'all don't have the Ethiopian Bible. Y'all sound stupid. Let it play. I just want to play a little bit more. I just want y'all to see why I was so excited when I was watching this. Y'all keep coming in the room with this dumb stuff and begging for the floor to talk. And I got to entertain y'all. Press play.
Finish him. In a little bit and leading up in.
And Billy just casually admits with Wesley, oh, if you say it's a known forgery, I'll go with that. It's a known forgery. This is very confusing to me. How is it possible that you go on the biggest shows in the world, you've been spewing this lie since 2017, and within less than 5 minutes, you are now on board with Jesus being crucified? Are you gonna retract your statements? No, of course not. And
because you make money off of it. You want to hide something from a black person, just put it in a book. That's the last place they'll look. Y'all will just watch a video and repeat any stupidity y'all heard. And this is what we got to deal with in Clubhouse. No scholarship, just a lot of lip. That's my new t-shirt. Y'all got no scholarship, just a lot of lip. Let it play.
I want you to see the fragility in this man and how he really has no idea what he's talking about and how he tries to confuse you with word salad. Because in this one clip, he told 3 lies. Lie number 1 was the Sinai Bible, which he misquoted. He meant Codex Sinaiticus, has 12 to 14,000 different translations than the modern day King James Version of the Bible. First lie, not true. They're almost identical, as Wesley puts it. Sure, there's some small things, but they're nearly identical. Lie number 2, Jesus wasn't crucified. That's a pretty damn big claim. Lie number 3, the gospel of Mary's wife, or the gospel of Jesus' wife. So, do you see how he throws these things and he stacks them and then he tries to move on?
Stop. Y'all don't be seeing. Give me the chat back. Y'all don't see them do that in Clubhouse when I got to bring them back? I'm like, no, we're not going to move away from that. This statement, you need to quantify it. Why is it taking so long for me to get the chat back? Come on. Y'all see I got to deal with the same thing. People say the most stupidest stuff, and then when you try to hold them to it, they talk about, you said a curse word. You're rude. You're ugly. Your picture's ugly. Do I not go through the same thing all the time? They say stupid stuff. Then I'm like, I want book, chapter, and verse, not something you rehearse. Now I'm showing you why I do what I do, how I do it. Vivian said, how are you going to argue with a man who can reach behind his back and pluck out a book? I will concede to it because I have to say, wait, let me Google it. And that's what a lot of people do. They Google stuff, and I tell them, go and Google it and come back. But the characteristics of what Billy Carson, it works. It's intimidation. It's fluff. It's a lot of talk. It's big words. It's fake academics. It's fake documents, fake paperwork, just a whole lot of talk. It's just a whole lot of talk, and black people will repeat this crap. Oh, I'm not finished. Let's let this video go. I want to go to the actual debate. Go to the other video. I told you to start at an hour and I think 14. Watch this. Oh, yes, Emerson. Or if they're not saying you cursed at me, lower your voice, you're screaming at me. You sound like you're trying to argue with me. They go into the chat and use the chat to deflect from the foolishness that they said. I forgot that one. So then I got to say, lock the chat. I got to lower my voice. I got to apologize. I got to beg them to make me understand. And that's this. This is classic Billy Carson. This is classic Billy Carson. Classic. There is no validation of no book of Enoch. Okay, when you look at the original translation of the Bible, nobody ever, that's new. That's new, that's made up. It's not in none of the original translations of the Bible. It's new. And the stuff don't line up with the Bible. So any of you reading the book of Enoch, you're just as lost as Billy Carson. It has nothing to do with the Gospels. It has nothing to do with the teachings of Jesus Christ and the Israelites. That was one of the first books that we debunked back in the 90s. So anybody reading it, y'all don't believe on Christ, and y'all not getting no salvation from that book. Put the other video up.
On him, reading the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. But at the exact same time, the reason why I actually went to university with full intention of going into the police force.
Oh, wow.
But it was interactions with Muslims and Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses and atheists and accusations against the credibility of the Bible, which actually piqued my interest because they would say things that I said that I thought, if that's true, of course that undermines what I believe. I believe that Jesus is God incarnate. If I can't trust the Gospels as reliable first century eyewitness testimony, then I might as well throw all of this away because I'm not going to believe a lie, even if it's a convenient lie. And so it was actually the exploration of eventually going into graduate college and then now in working on my PhD, the largest secular university in Canada, that got me thinking, okay, how do we investigate these things? What are the methodologies by which we go about to explore the origins and credibility of something like the Bible? And that investigation, with all due respect to Billy and the content that you put out, has actually confirmed what I believe. I'm dealing with the actual manuscript.
He's being polite by saying, from listening to stupid people like Bill Carson and doing my research, it only confirmed that what I'm reading in the Bible is true. He searched through all the stupidity and the lies and the made-up stuff that's being made, and he said this confirmed that what he's reading is true, which is what we've been trying to explain to our audience. Watch this. Read on. Let it play.
I love that Wesley says, with all due respect to,
he's being nice to him. He could have went in. He's being real nice, and he's not being like me. He's not being like me. He's being very nice. He's making you can see he feels real uncomfortable. Look at Bill Carson's face. Like, I can't believe I took this interview. I can't believe I let somebody question me on my stupidity. He got another shirt with the eyeball on it. But watch this. Let's just let it play. I'm only going to give y'all a few more minutes of this.
Your content and what you put out, I don't think it deserves that much respect.
I travel to academic institutions, to other countries, and I look at these things and I read them. And it's a privilege to be able to learn languages like Greek and Coptic and Hebrew and Aramaic and dig into these things. And I think ultimately, I really appreciate what you said there, Mark, with your articulation of your personal relationship. And I think that's so important. But I think it's also important to remember that that relationship is based on something that's real and verifiable. And we can look into the evidence. I have friends who are linguists, philologists, and historians. And when we look into these things and we talk with one another and we're discussing, we're constantly trying to falsify our theories because that's what good history does. We're looking for the falsification. You don't go in, ideally, if you want to be a good historian, with trying to prove your original thesis. You go in and say, okay, what are the avenues that actually could disprove this? And then how do we engage with those in an appropriate and articulate manner? So what I believe is true, but I believe it based on the evidence of the actual documentation. You know, I've read a lot of the literature that you're talking about, Billy, the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis, the Bhagavad Gita, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I've read some of them in their original languages because I've tried to be a good historian and go back into the primary sources. Or if I can't, engage with people like my friends who are Assyriologists, who are philologists, and try to not just go off of a translation, but the original. And I think I found largely the opposite of the conclusions that you have made, Billy. And I know that you are very passionate about what you talk about, and I respect that. I just think that the confidence might not actually be backed up by the reality of the evidence.
I love that right there. He says your confidence is not backed up by the reality of your evidence. Translation, Negro, you full of, you know if it's there. Okay? So he's being real polite. He's being very polite. Okay? Watch this. Let it play. Let it play.
We're looking at something like the Sinai Bible, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Barnabas, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Jesus' wife, these are things that actually have provenance that we can verify. And ultimately, I think the answers to the questions of the legitimacy or the illegitimacy of those things point to not just a different conclusion, but actually the opposite conclusion, and that Christianity is true.
Well, now I'm glad you said that. So those three topics are a very small piece of my concept and idea.
Watch this. Watch this.
I'm
Watch
sorry.
this.
Billy goes, I'm glad you said that.
Okay, once he confirms all your source material is fake, he agrees with him. And then he moves on to a totally different topic. Everything that Bill Carson has presented is fraudulent from his beginnings, from him saying that he was in school and he was visited by aliens and he challenged his teacher at 4 years old. Everything that he's saying is just made up stuff that you black people believe. Everything that he's been saying is fraudulent. You have linguistics, you have accredited scholars that have checked these source materials and the stuff that he's spewing on show after show after show, and he's talking to people who don't believe in the Bible. And they've never read it and they don't know what's going on, versus people who studied. He said, I'm studying the material for the different, you're studying to try to prove the Bible wrong. So you're grabbing all the false fictitious information that has been put out. You're not even researching them to see if they're true. Like a lot of the idiots that come in our room. Let it play, let it play, let it play, let it play, let it play.
Of what really happened in the ancient past. So that's a very small fraction. That's less than 0.1%. You talk about eyewitness accounts. It's convinced you that Christianity is real. There's been eyewitness accounts of every culture that I've visited around this entire planet. And their eyewitness accounts of what they experienced is 100,000% opposite of what's in the Bible. People have...
what do you mean? Can you give me an example?
The Dogon tribe, for example, in Mali, Africa. They experienced a culture that they claim came to this planet from Sirius B. They have the evidence that they knew these beings were from Sirius B because they have the instruments that show the orbit of a trinary star.
Stop it! Stop the blood clot lying. Put the camera on me. Don't move from there. Don't move from there. He's not telling us about the Dogon tribe that said that they were visited by aliens, got advanced technology, got advanced information. They're far advanced mentally, spiritually. Why are they not ruling the world? Why does the white man run shit everywhere you go? But this secret civilization that you found out about, that was visited by aliens and got this special technology, they're no place economically, financially, militarily, Only person that know about them is you. They should be ahead of every other civilization. I'm just giving you simple. I'm not saying he didn't go to Africa. I'm not saying he didn't find these people. But listen to what he's saying versus what's displaying to us according to the word. Okay? Listen to what he say and let's see what's on display. The Bible says that Esau will be the last empire. They will be wiser than Daniel and they will have control over the earth. He's saying that stuff is not true, but the Dogon tribe, can we bring it back again? I'm showing you how easy it is to dissect the stupidity. That's why I said let them talk before we make them walk. Put it back, just listen to him for a minute, humor me for a minute.
1,000% opposite of what's in the Bible. People have.
What do you mean? Can you give me an example?
He does just what I do. I want an example of this teaching that you have that's superior to our Bible. Give me an example. Listen to what he says. Let it play.
Reality of the evidence. So when we're looking at something like the Sinai Bible, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Barnabas, when we're looking at something like the Gospel of Jesus' wife, these are things that actually.
Those three topics are a very small piece of my concept and idea.
I'm sorry. Billy goes, I'm glad you said that. This is so enjoyable.
Of what really happened in the ancient past. So that's a very small fraction. That's less than 0.1%. You talk about eyewitness accounts. It's convinced you that Christianity is real. There's been eyewitness accounts of every culture that I've visited around this entire planet, and their eyewitness accounts of what they experienced is 100,000% opposite of what's in the Bible. People have.
What do you mean? Can you give me an example?
The Dogon tribe, for example, in Mali, Africa, they experienced a culture that they claim came to this planet from Sirius B. They have the evidence that they knew these beings were from Sirius B because they have the instruments that show the orbit of a trinary star system that we couldn't discover until the 1970s with our modern technology, okay? They understood not only the orbital pattern of Sirius A, B, and C, but even that B was a failed star, which you can't see it from Earth with the naked eye. They knew that it was a white dwarf. They even knew that they said that if you took a tablespoon of it, the entire tribe or 1,000 men couldn't lift the tablespoon. They understood mass and gravity as well. They were told the shape, the sizes, and the colors of all the planets in our solar system, which they recorded. And there's only one wisdom keeper, and that person can never be touched by a person. If they get touched by another person, they'd actually be killed. And then they eventually have a mentee that they break down that verbally handed down knowledge to. And that next person then takes over and becomes the wisdom keeper. And they've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years. And science, modern science, has found all their information to be 1,000% accurate. Then you have the Hopi tribe of the Americas, indigenous tribes, Hopi tribe, Lakota tribe, also having engagements with these quote unquote star brothers, even having an account of them being taken underground, which you don't see just only in America. I just came back from Turkey. You have the people from Turkey in Mesopotamia also being taken underground into a place called Derinkuyu by these beings, by these people, a structure that's built 12 stories deep underground, that's made out of volcanic tuff, a very soft stone, and if you don't know what you're doing, it'll actually collapse. There's no evidence of any collapse, and it was thousands of years old. It was reused many times, so the mainstream story about what it was used for to hide from Romans is actually false. This place is ancient, and in order to build it, you actually have to have foreknowledge of how to construct this type of an underground civilization that can hold 20 to 30,000 people, places for livestock, places for worship, with no sign of collapse. And you have to have hundreds of ventilation shafts, and I've been down there. Those ventilation shafts cut through solid rock all the way down to the core. And there's even more. It links to other underground cities that are miles and miles away. As you get to the very base of this area, you can cut through and go to another location. But again, these people were taken under. Also, then you have the ancient Egyptians. Similar story. Major catastrophe comes. These people come and take them underground. Then you have the information in the Egyptian book of Going Forth by Day, more accounts by people, our ancestors, that have accounts that do not match up with the biblical text. And so all of a sudden we're saying that all these cultures, the Aboriginal people, I can go into them as well. I've gone for a walk.
What's interesting though is, and I know Wes will probably address this, is that now he's saying that all these accounts from all around the world, they're the opposite of the biblical text. But then earlier he said that the creation story was taken
copied from those civilizations,
from these Sumerian tablets. So
that's what I heard him say, that the stuff of the Bible was taken from the Sumerian tablets. It was taken from Egypt. All those Egyptologists, all those people that go on Sarnetta show, all those black conscious people, they all start with the same thing. The Bible is plagiarized and it came from these ancient civilizations. Now he's saying that it's the exact opposite. Which one is it? Let it play.
And he believes the stories that are in the Sumerian tablets. So which one is it? Did the Bible copy this?
Because that's what they've been telling us. That's what they've been saying, that there was a virgin birth before. Okay, that everything that we're reading in the Bible about a virgin birth, about the angels, about the flood, it's in the epics of Gilgamesh, the Egyptian book, and they're saying all the stuff. No one has ever presented it. All y'all doing is repeating stuff you heard. Same thing he just did, and he's getting called on it now. Let it play.
Or is it the complete opposite? Which one is it? You have to pick and stay with the narrative.
In the Outback,
Yeah.
and the Aboriginal elders, same thing. They were seated here by Pleiadians. This is their verbal handed on history for thousands of years. And I can go around the world and I can come up with all this information from all these eyewitness accounts from people that should be respected, dignified, and shouldn't be scoffed. And that we're now saying that all this information that they put forward, all their verbal handed on history, all their written history, that's got to go to the side, because this one text is 1,000% accurate.
Sure, but so my question is, most of that is oral history, correct?
Oh, it's all oral history, even the Bible.
Okay, so when we're engaging with oral history, what methodologies are you using to confirm that the orality is accurate?
Orality. Wesley uses big people words. Big people words that I have never heard before. And I'm sure that
Translation. He said everything that them people told you is stories. What do you have to verify those stories? That's what it means by orality. The stuff that you're telling us is oral. People told it to you. What do you have to verify it? Okay, that's why he showed. I got ancient manuscripts that predate all the information, all the plagiarism that you had. All the fake books that you name, I have writings that predate that. Okay, so you said you went to all these civilizations that have oral stories that were told to you. How do we validate the stories? The Bible has manuscripts of the things that were written down. So how do we validate these ancient civilizations that are much more powerful than the Bible that was plagiarized? I want to hear the answer. Let it play.
Take these big people words and add them to his big people word arsenal.
Oh man. Well, first and foremost, some of these texts some of these cultures have written down information in caves. You've got cave paintings. The Dogon tribe actually have not only written down in
no,
caves.
I don't disagree with that. The question is one of historic. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. The question is one of methodological analysis. So you have to have a method by which you can find either that something is falsifiable or that there are avenues by which you can show internal and external accuracy of credibility. So this is what we do with documents. This is what we do with the ancient Gospels. This is what I do. I've worked on Xenophon and Plutarch. And we look at the internal evidences and the external multivalent corroboration to try to figure out, okay, yes, we have all these stories. Great. I don't deny that. But as a historian, as someone who's trying to figure out what is accurate, how do you know if I use the term verisimilitude, do you know what that term means?
No, but I can tell you this. Tell me how the Dogon tribe saw Sirius B, knew the orbit of Sirius B, a trinary star system, accurately, and can show you the orbit with a special tool that they made that was given to them by these people. How do they know the shapes, the sizes, the colors, and the orbital pattern of all these?
You just repeated what he said before.
And other star alignments that they would use.
He don't know what the big word that the white man used. So he's just repeating what he said before. We don't care, Billy. We don't care. You're trying to sound deep now. And that white man is being very polite and patient with you. Let him play.
And planet and their own harvesting and planting and so forth and so on. That's not enough evidence that there's something.
Well, I'm not aware of that particular case. And even, I mean, I would grant that, you know, the ancient people are far more technological advanced than we give themselves credit for. Just because they're ancient doesn't mean they're stupid. I am well aware, as someone who has done both investigation in the past and done archaeological analysis, that is a reality. My question is simply, okay, you have these stories or you have these accounts, you're referring to them as eyewitness testimony. How are you going about verifying that as that?
Well, if the people had eyewitness testimony about Jesus, they then just wrote down their eyewitness
switch it
testimony
to the Bible
on a piece
now.
of paper or
You didn't ask
paper
him nothing about
or
the Bible.
papyrus. So these people,
Right. So that's where internal methodological analysis.
Some of it's actually written down. So I mean, it's the same exact thing. There's really no difference.
Well, no. So you do internal investigations to figure out when
Pause
something.
it. It is a difference. The Bible documents the Egyptian Empire, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Medes, the Greeks. It tells you the times that they were going to rise. It tells you how they were going to restructure the world. It tells you who's going to be in power in the last days. It tells you about the wicked inventions. It tells you about the wars that are going to be taking place. Okay, that's how we verify that our Bible is real. We're not saying that these ancient civilizations don't have stories. But the Bible is a book of prophecy and history. So he's asking them a simple question. How do we validate that these ancient civilizations can make these stories, these oral stories that were told, credible to us today? How do we verify? Put the Bible down and let's listen to the Dogon tribe. Let's see what his answer is. Press play.
Methodological analysis.
Some of it's actually written down. So I mean, it's the same exact thing. There's really no difference.
Well, no. So you do internal investigations to figure out when something was dated. So something like so when I used that term verisimilitude before, that's something we as historians are looking for. It's a term that simply means the appearance or likelihood of truthfulness. So when you do historical analysis, it's an inference to the best explanation. So you have proof and you have data, and you're extrapolating that data on levels of probability. So some things can be confirmed as high probabilistically true, and other things are lower in their probability that they happened. But there are different methodologies, different ways that you explore historically how that happens.
Well,
so for the Gospels, we look at...
That was with the Dogon tribe. Scientists went there to visit the tribe, and they still have no answers because they used their modern science. They took the best scholars to visit these people, and they're still scratching their heads. Something happened there.
Sure.
And
I'm not even denying that necessarily, but the question is, okay, we need different levels of evidence and exploration, not just scientifically, but historically, to derive something as eyewitness testimony. Now we have mountains of that, and I'm more than willing to go into some of that with the Gospels as early eyewitness testimony that can be verified externally and internally. But nonetheless, the only reason I ask, Billy, is because I've listened to a fair amount of your content, and I'm unaware of the methods that you use to try to discern between what is an accurate source historiographically and an inaccurate source historiographically.
Right, because as we see with Codex Sinaiticus, he references this, but he didn't even read it, or he says that he misspoke. Then he pivots to the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Jesus' wife, and these things that are known forgeries, he takes the information that he finds in there and spews it like it's gospel, like it's 100% truth. And so I think what Wes is asking him here is very important, because just based on Billy's use of known forgeries, it shows that he doesn't necessarily know how to look at a document and determine whether or not it is genuinely historically accurate. I'm currently going through this right now in my video for Debunking the Gospel Conspiracy by Aaron Abke. He uses things like the ascent of James and the recognitions of Clement, which are just known forgeries, and uses them as a way to...
Okay, we can take this off. Okay, because it only gets worse for him. This is why he's mad now, and he's trying to sue the people that recorded this, because he didn't want it to come out. Because all the stuff that he's been saying, that people have been calling on their shows, is fraudulent. Nothing that he's saying is verifiable. It's just his belief. He don't believe in God. He makes sensational claims because he don't know God's name. Okay? This guy is a fool. You got people that he's a manipulator. He's a manipulator, and he usually gets a lot of his fame from people who don't study. They don't know nothing. Okay? And this is what we've been dealing with. This is no different from Plight, who's in jail now. Okay, a lot of y'all was following Plight. Y'all was watching Sonnet and all those idiots that he brought on his show. We are the only ones that refuse to go on there. Okay, this week was his downfall. Okay, you don't want to get blown up, don't show up. Just keep talking and stay hide. Give me 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 14.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 2 and verse 14. Now we have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is of God.
Because the way we move it, we don't move according to this world. We have a new spirit imparted unto us from God. Billy Carson is worldly. All these people that are worldly, it's easy to take them down because this world is fake and wicked and evil. Read it again.
Now we have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is of God.
God ordained us from the beginning and took us out of this world. Okay, so people don't understand us. We don't have to explain ourselves to them. You must receive the Spirit of God for you to understand spiritual things. What we're reading and believing is spiritual. And he don't understand it, so he's making things up. Read on.
That we might know the things that are freely given to us of God.
The stuff that we know, the reason why you're here is because God handpicked you to get this information. There's something that God saw in your spirit that he imparted you with this understanding, and he allowed Bill Carson to be the liar and the deceiver that he is until God says enough of him. God allows him to rise up in fame, then destroys them in flames. That white man flamed him. He flamed him, and he was so polite. He allowed Billy Carson to rise up in fame, then to send the white man to ignite him in flames. He got flamed. And now he's mad. He's given a lawsuit. He didn't want that video to come out. Because all his money now, he's screwed. He's still going to get some money because you still got some dumb black people that are going to still follow him because y'all hate God. He's just not going to get as much money as he was getting. Same thing with Plight. He was driving in I forgot. I think it was a Rolls Royce, Bill Carson has a rented Rolls Royce. It was in the other video. It's not his car, but it's a persona. It's something that he puts up to get people to believe. Okay? Same thing with Plight before he went to jail for trying to force his penis in a little girl's mouth. And he got charged with child molestation. He was doing the same thing. He became a figure on social media by saying stuff that nobody was checking. And you black people were watching him and sending him money and believing in the foolishness he was saying. Because y'all didn't believe in God. Okay? Y'all don't believe in God, so y'all looking for stuff like Billy Carson. Read again.
Now we have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is of God, that we might know the things that are freely given to us of God, which things also we speak, not in the words which man's wisdom teacheth, but which the Holy Ghost teacheth.
The understanding we have, the Holy Ghost have imparted it upon us. We're a spiritual people. Billy Carson's not spiritual, so he's looking for made-up stuff to try to hand it to you. You're here because God brought you here with a different. You've been moved by a spirit to be here, and not fakeness and lies. Read on.
Comparing spiritual things with spiritual.
And that's what we do. We compare spiritual things with spiritual. Read on.
But the natural man,
which is what Billy Carson is. He's the natural man. He's not spiritual. He's not a spiritual man. He always got a scheme up his sleeve. Read on.
But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God.
He'll never ever understand this Bible. And that's how we're able to pick these people apart so quick. Because they come in carnality. That's why I'll be like, let them talk. I'll always be like, let them talk. Because I'm trying to discern if they are a natural man or a spiritual man. That's how you there's no mystery about this. See if they're a natural man or if they're a spiritual man. Read on.
But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God.
Because he's not going to receive that the Bible's a spiritual book. So he's going to look for things to try and make it look fake or make it look bad. And he's not going to be able to substantiate his claims. Everybody was saying, oh, the bishop needs to sit before Billy Carson. The bishop ain't stopping what he's doing to sit before this guy's an idiot and a liar and a scammer and a con artist. I didn't show y'all half the stuff I found because we would be here all night. First it was Geno Jennings. When the bishop pulled up, he was like, I don't know, you're black Hebrew Israelites, you filthy, dirty black skin. Why you pulling up to my church? I didn't think you would come and answer me when I made my request for you to come here. Now it was Billy Carson. The Lord said, I'm going to move him out the way real quick for you. Not going to stop the bishop from traveling to come and deal with this fool. He sent a white man to send Billy Carson's name in flames. You at that man's door at 2:30 with a cease and desist. Don't let the video go out. Because it showed how stupid you are. It shows you don't know what you're talking about. Read it again.
But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God.
He cannot receive that this Bible is a spiritual book. Read on.
For they are foolishness unto him.
Okay, the Bible is foolishness to him. Read on.
Neither can he know them.
He'll never understand this Bible. That's the advantage we have over him. That's the advantage you have. Because you are spiritual people. Read on.
Because they are spiritually discerned.
Billy Carson is spiritually discerned. That's why he says, when I was 7 years old, UFOs came to me. Aliens came to me and spoke to me. That was the first video I watched of him. He's been saying sensational stuff like that because he tries to make himself look like he's on a level superior to everybody else. I've been reading the Bible since I was 3. He'll say stuff like that. It's all BS, man. Read it again.
But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them.
Bill Carson can never know what's in this Bible. Why? Read on.
Because they are spiritually discerned.
He doesn't have no spiritual discernment. He lacks integrity. He's a liar. He will take forgeries and try to present them to you as they are valid information. Read on.
But he that is spiritual,
which is us, we are spiritual. Read on.
Judgeth all things.
So we judge all things. Read on.
Yet he himself is judged of no man.
You cannot judge us because we're following God. Read on.
For who hath known the mind of the Lord?
He don't know the mind of God. So he said, I'm going to try and find sources to discredit the Bible instead of trying to figure out the mind of the Lord. God would not impart the wisdom or the spirituality to him. He couldn't figure out God. So he reached for information that was odd. Read on.
For who hath known the mind of the Lord?
Hey. Somebody wrote, ring doorbell will catch the evidence. I couldn't believe it that at 2, it even showed the time. That's how nervous he was. I don't want the video to go out. At 2:30 a.m., he pulled fake documents off the internet to scare. You don't try and scare people with fake documents. You don't ring the white man's ring doorbell cam. And you black trying to intimidate him with fake documents. White people ain't afraid of you, Billy. You look silly. That's your new name, Silly Billy. Silly Billy Carson.
Got him.
Read again.
For who hath known the mind of the Lord, that he may instruct him? But we have the mind of Christ.
We have the mind of Christ, which is what the white man was trying to explain to him. Now, I checked some studies out, and they off. The white man is off for some of the stuff he was saying. Okay? He was off for some of the stuff that he was saying, which I don't have to repeat that because we body that all the time. And he became famous only because he was nameless, but he showed that Silly Billy Carson don't know what he's talking about. But I checked some of their videos out, and they lost too. Don't get it twisted in case you missed it. IUIC is the one who's listed. We know what we're talking about.
That's right.
Read again.
For who hath known the mind of the Lord?
And that's right, Anna. If you let a lawyer, you go to a lawyer, you go with a legal document, you look, a law firm has to be behind, you're being sued. We've got cease and desist letters before. We've sent cease and desist letters. You don't come with your own self at 2:30 a.m. with Nike flip-flops. That shows you're scared because the stuff that you put out was weird. All you was thinking about is, I'm going to lose this house. I'm going to lose this money. Nobody's going to send me anything no more. So I need to scare them into not putting the video out to show how stupid I am. Read again.
For who hath known the mind of the Lord, that he may instruct him? But we have the mind of Christ. That's the end of the chapter. Sir.
Okay, we have the mind of Christ. Give me Isaiah chapter 46, verse 5.
The book of Isaiah, chapter.
Go ahead.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 46 and verse 5. To whom will ye liken me and make me equal?
God said, who you going to make my equal? God is talking. He's talking smack right here. He said, you can't liken me to nobody. Read on.
And compare me.
Who are you going to compare me to? The Dogon tribe? People that live underground? Sit your black ass down, you clown. Why they not ruling the world? Like God said the white man was going to rule the world. In the last days, they were going to make fire fall from the sky. They were going to create wars. They will be blessed with the sword. You telling us about some civilization don't nobody know a damn thing about. Are we supposed to believe you? Read on.
And compare me, that we may be like. They lavish gold out of the bag, and weigh silver in the balance, and hire a goldsmith, and he maketh it a god.
Because you make things up. God is talking about you making things up, trying to compare to me, the head man in charge. Read on.
They fall down, yea, they worship.
Y'all fall down and bow to this foolishness like y'all was worshiping silly Billy. Read on.
They bear him upon the shoulder.
Y'all got to carry your fake gods around. Read on.
They carry him and set him in his place, and he standeth. From his place shall he not remove. Yea, one shall cry unto him, yet can he not answer.
You can't get no answers. You ain't got the answers from the fictitious foolishness that you made up. Read on.
Nor save him out of his trouble.
And the belief stuff that Billy was giving to you can't save you. When trouble comes, you're not going to get saved from these ancient civilizations. The Dogon tribe, the Sumerian tablets, the Emerald tablets. He's all over the place with just foolishness. Read on.
Remember this, and show yourselves men.
You got to show yourself a man. God said, remember what I'm saying and show yourself a man. Read on.
Bring it again to mind, O ye transgressors. Remember the former things of old. For I am God, and there is none else.
Ain't nobody else. I'm the head man with the master plan. Read on.
I am God, and there is none like me.
Ain't nobody like the God we serve, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the 12 tribes of Israel. Read on.
Declaring the end from the beginning.
He said in the Bible, God said, I declared the end from the beginning. From the beginning, I told you the 12 tribes of Israel is going to run this earth. Peace is going to come on earth by them. World wars are going to come. My people are going to fall and rise and stand before me and before my eyes. That's what God wants. We're not changing God's plan. We're going to fold and rise and stand before God's eyes. And that's what we teach in here. All that stupid foolishness he's bringing up. It can't impact nobody. It ain't doing nothing for nobody. But him, it's making his pockets fatter. Talking about he wrote a $1 billion check and he's a millionaire. But you raised $47,000. A millionaire would have just gave that. Take that. Boom. Not with his little SUV trying to get supplies. Read on.
Declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done.
That's what makes the Bible real. Declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done. Our history is in the Bible. The rise and fall of empires are in the Bible. Read on.
Saying, my counsel shall stand.
God's counsel shall stand. Read on.
And I will do all my pleasure.
And God gonna do whatever he want, whenever, when he want to display his pleasure. Read on.
Calling a ravenous bird from the east, the man that executeth my counsel from a far country. Yea, I have spoken it. I will also bring it to pass. I have purposed it. I will also do it.
God do whatever he wants. That's what he's saying in this chapter. Read on.
Hearken unto me, ye stout-hearted, that are far from righteousness.
That's Billy Carson. Silly Billy Carson is stout-hearted and far from righteousness. Read on.
I bring near my righteousness. It shall not be far off.
And that's what we're getting from the Bible. We're following God's righteousness. He's saying that it's plagiarism. Why would people plagiarize, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, honor thy mother and thy father, love your neighbor, turn the other cheek? Why would somebody sit down and write these things that people are not following now? The world is wicked. People are evil. And how is that harmful, the things that are written there? Make it make sense, silly Billy. Okay, the stuff that you see us doing, pushing marriage, pushing brotherhood, pushing unity, pushing health.
That's right.
Okay, going to people that are hurt, that are broken and destroyed, and empowering them with the word of God. On a shoestring budget. Y'all ain't giving us no money. We not like the Creflo Dollars, the TD Jakes. We not living in no mansions. I'm doing clubhouse in my car, parked, in the street, in the rain, in the snow. Y'all don't know what the bishop doing when he's in these foreign countries, where some of them it's not even clean water or good lodging, as he showed you in the video before, men getting sick. But we doing this because this book is true, this book is real. This man wants, just listen to the stupidity. Silly Billy wants you to put down the Bible and saying that it's of the devil, and then telling you about the Dogon tribe and telling you how technologically advanced they are, and none of y'all don't know about them unless he mentions them. This is bullshit. Y'all got to call it what it is. Y'all got to call it what it is. Read on.
It shall not be far off, and my salvation shall not tarry. And I will
God's salvation shall not tarry. Read on.
And I will place salvation in Zion for Israel, my glory.
That's us, the Israelites. We're going to get our salvation. We are the chosen nation, and we will get our salvation.
That's right.
So I know I took a lot of time with that, but I had to do it because that guy talked too much. And there's more than just that Billy Carson. I'm going to show y'all, as y'all follow us on the clubhouse, I'm going to let them speak so I can show you how easy this is, and stop listening to these fly-by-night Negroes that make up foolishness. They're liars, they're criminals, they're masters of deceit. And they will not concede to defeat. So I'm going to take some questions. I didn't think that this would take so long. But we're already at 3 hours. I don't want to just leave y'all. I'm going to take some questions. I can't find none of the stuff that he was talking about. I'm not saying it don't exist, but like the man said, this is just oral stuff that people made up. My mother used to make up stories about when she was in Jamaica, and they sound sensational, but there was BS. It just sounds stupid. It was, when I was little, it sounds sensational. Okay, it's just like my friend from Puerto Rico when he tells me about the chupacabra. I'm like, yo, did you ever see it? When he talks about it, you be scared. You be like, I hope I never see it. The way he talks about it, you believe that the chupacabra exists. But it's just oral tradition and stories. Ain't nobody ever seen one. It's just like Bigfoot in America. Ain't nobody ever seen one. Stop listening to these ignorant black people. What does Jude 1:6 mean? Read it. Billy Carson experienced the arson. That white man flamed him. He flamed him. I didn't even play all of the stuff that I want. I just wanted to show y'all he's stupid.
The book of Jude, chapter 1 and verse 6. And the angels which kept not their first estate.
When it says the angels, That's what the leaders were called. They were called angels. Read on.
But left their own habitation.
To be in wickedness. Read on.
He hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness.
Meaning they're going to be judged. Okay, when you read in the book of Revelations, it says to the angel of the church of Thyatira, of this church of Philadelphia, it means the leaders that went in sin. The menorah, we use it all the time. That's why you see it on our clothes. It's just a candlestick, a 7-branch candlestick. You don't use it just for a specific day. It's supposed to be in your house. That was our ancient artifacts that define, that we use to identify the 7 churches. You don't just pull it out on a feast day. That's why you see them. We got them on the table. We got them on our sign up top. It's not something that you just pull out on a feast day. Represents the 7 churches. I could tell you stories from Jamaica to Puerto Rico to Cuba. They all have oral stories that they would tell. And none of them didn't help them from their poverty. None of them didn't help their government. None of them helped their economic status, their social status. How satisfying was it when you got this information on Billy Carson debate? The bishop sent it to me because y'all know he's moving around, and he found it. And I mentioned him like 2 weeks ago in Clubhouse from that black woman. And I was like, look, I don't have time to sit down and unpack this. Everything he was saying was stupid. So I was waiting for Billy Carsonites to come in the room. But this white man just said, he just pulled out his flamethrower and just he cooked them for me and then handed them to me. So good job. Well done, Mr. White Man. I just listened, and Shalom Royals, everyone. I'm so dang tired. Go to sleep, Juju. You be in Clubhouse every single day, all day. Get some sleep. You deserve it. If you die and your wife marry, who wife will she be end up? Once she gets remarried, she's no longer yours. The only way that in the kingdom you could be with her, if she does not, once she's with another man, you cannot take her back. That's according to Deuteronomy chapter 24. Just read it. 24 verse 1 to 4. If your wife loves you and you die, she'll wait for you. When the kingdom comes, you will be back with each other again. How is it that the sons of God produce giants bigger than them in size and stature? It doesn't make sense to me because they mate with regular men. There was a civilization of people who were bigger. Even us, we were bigger in stature. And it does make sense because read Genesis chapter 6, verse 1.
The book of Genesis, chapter 6, and verse 1. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh.
And our spirit, which is the spirit of God, we wanted to deal with the spirit of the flesh. The spirit of God is righteousness, to do what God says. Okay, but in the flesh, we want to go against God. So God said, I'm not going to strive with you, men, because you're moving in the flesh instead of moving in my spirit, which is my laws, statutes, and commandments, my instructions. That's what the spirit of God is, to follow his instructions over our desires, if the flesh. Read on.
Yet his days shall be 120 years.
So don't say it doesn't make sense, Anna. If God cut our time down to 120 years, and before we were living almost 1,000 years, we're aging faster. We're not reaching our full potential, and we're dying sooner. So whatever growth that we had, the time that we had to grow, who knows what the oldest age in the Bible is? Somebody type it. Thank you, Yair. The oldest age that we have is 900. If we only reach 120, what does that show us? We don't have time to grow to reach our full potential. God cut our lifespan short so nobody makes it to 120. Y'all lucky if y'all see 100. So yes, the people that were at that time before we cut our time short, they were larger, they were stronger, they were greater. But God cut our time short on the earth so nobody reaches almost 900 years old. So yes, the possibility for bigger and stronger and more powerful people exists during that time in the beginning to now, because the punishment for us using our strength, our stature, and our capabilities to go against God, God reduced our time on this earth, our lifespan. So of course we're less in stature now. It only makes sense. If you have people that were able to live 900 years to 1,000 years old, of course they're going to be stronger, taller, better oxygen. The earth was better than the way it was. The nutrient, the vegetation, everything now is poison, GMO, polluted air. We're not going to reach our potential. We're not going to be as taller, as stronger, as healthier as we was before. We didn't get sick back then. We wasn't dealing with diabetes and arthritis and gout and GMO foods and polluted water and oxygen and asthma. So what you're saying doesn't make sense. If we were able to live to almost 1,000 years old before, we had to have genetically have been much more greater than what we are right now. So it doesn't make sense to you because you don't understand that God reduced us in size and stature and age. That's right. Goliath is a perfect example. He was huge. And they have found bones of in certain places of people that were 13, 12, 10 feet. We're nothing now. So the only reason why it doesn't make sense is because spiritually, your mind is not there. You need to evolve more in the Bible. Will everything we did prior to coming to truth, repenting, obeying commandments, be forgiven? Yes, that's what Christ is for. If you believe on Christ, everything you did that wasn't nice is forgiven. That's what Christ died for. His blood was spilled for forgiveness and remission of sins. That's why Billy Carson attacked Jesus Christ and him dying on the cross. If you let that fly, we all die. If you allow Billy Carson, silly Billy Carson, to attack Christ not dying on the cross, then there's no hope for you. All of you are finished. The foundation of us being here is Christ dying for our sins. No pressure. You could go to the website. We give you all the scriptures for Feast of Dedication. You can, because it was a joyous time. Isaiah 22:22. Somebody get that? Y'all got to refer to him as Silly Billy Carson.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 22 and verse 22. And the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder, so he shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open.
This is when the kingdom is established. And King David will be there. Read on.
And I will fasten him as a nail in a sure place.
Meaning we're not going to be moved the way we was moved before. Read on.
And he shall be for a glorious throne to his father's house.
Because a new kingdom will be established.
And they shall hang upon him all the glory of his father's house, the offspring and the issue, all vessels of small quantity, from the vessels of cups, even to all the vessels of flagons.
Because that's how the temple was before the Romans came and the Babylonians came and took all the vessels that we use in worship of God.
In that day, saith the Lord of hosts, shall the nail that is fastened in the sure place be removed, and be cut down, and fall, and the burden that was upon it shall be cut off.
Because the burden now is the other nations. That's going to be removed. Okay, the other nations are burdening us. And God, read that real quick, Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. This is the burden that needs to be cut off.
The book of Malachi, chapter 1 and verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord of Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us?
That's what we're teaching y'all. As the Israelites, God loved you. Read on.
Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau.
So that's the burden that's going to be unfastened and taken out. Because y'all fasten Esau as your strength in your salvation, and God is going to take them out. Y'all believe everything that this government, this nation of people that's ruling over us, you uphold that. That's your nail. That's your anchor. And God is saying he's going to take that out and remove it. Go back to where you was in Isaiah.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 23 and verse 25. 22 and verse 25. In that day, saith the Lord of hosts, shall the nail that is fastened in the sure place be removed, and be cut down and fall, and the burden that was upon it shall be cut off. For the Lord hath spoken it.
God speaks about the burden of Esau being cut off in prophecy, and him setting up his king in prophecy. That's it?
Yes, sir. That's the end of the chapter.
Okay. This cult is funny as F. Man, y'all really believe this. Hey, audience, who is the idiot? It's 4:41 a.m. We are cult, and you are here in belief, but this a-hole is here at 4:41 a.m. I would not come to a place and watch people. The sun is about to come up. You see how stupid? I bet you he's black. He has to be black. I'm going to come into a room. If you know what I would be doing at 4:41 a.m. if I was home? We're not going to entertain you. You're an idiot. You're funny. What's the book, chapter, and verse for how many spirits someone has to fight like the normal person? I'm not sure what you mean, Princess Carice. You idiot. You always come in here and saying stuff. What? There's so much stuff. You could be smoking weed. You could play in video games. You could be with a woman, but you're here telling us we're a cult. You're an idiot at 4:41 a.m. That shows you have no life. You're of no relevance. You have no significance. Why would anybody entertain you? The only way I can be reunited with a spouse that passed, he had to be in the truth. The Lord can make it happen. It's up to God. But if you remarry, you're not going to be with that person again. How many times we get those stupid idiots? You guys are a cult, but you bring your stupid ass here every single time. I'm not going into a Ku Klux Klan room to tell them you hate niggers. I don't care what they're talking about. They're irrelevant to me. You idiot. All you got to do is talk and we can see how stupid and worthless you are. Go listen to silly Billy Carson. That's right, Tandy. What is a lawful way to deal with food brought or food prepared by heating on the Sabbath? I'm not going to touch it. That's what the Bible says. Abstain from the appearance of evil. I'm not going to touch it. My Lord passed away 2 years ago. Does that mean? I can't tell you yes, but according to the scriptures, okay, if you had a spouse and you are in the truth and one dies before the other one, we will be united when the kingdom is set up. I don't know him. I don't know what he did. I don't know if he died as a believer, if he died in his truth. More than likely, when the kingdom is set up, the scriptures speak of a resurrection. He will be resurrected and you will be united with him. I'm asking who was the other people when Cain was afraid to go out. There were other people. It wasn't just Adam and Eve. That's Christian teaching. They don't understand the Bible. God didn't only just create two people. Revelation 20 and 10, read that. Why you come someplace at 4 something to say you're a cult? And we're supposed to respond. You stupid. Like, remember Martin when they would just be like, Cole, you stupid. That's the only response I could say to you.
The book of Revelation, chapter 20 and verse 10.
And if we're a cult, we don't want you. Go play video games. Go smoke weed. Go to the club. Go do what black people do. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 20 and verse 10. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire.
This is when the Lord destroys the spiritual demon Satan. Read on.
And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever.
Okay, that's a spiritual realm. That's not something that you're going to see here. We all have souls. God, get Matthew chapter 10, verse 28.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10 and verse 28. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
That's what Christ said, that there's a place that our soul goes that he defines as hell. Okay? And this is Christ saying it. You got black Hebrew Israelites says, there's no hell, there's nothing. You just, okay, that's fine. Listen to them. We're not listening to you. We don't listen to black Hebrew Israelites. We listen to the teachings of the Messiah.
That's right.
Go back to where we was in Revelation chapter 20.
Book of Revelation, chapter 20 and
about
verse
him being
10.
cast into, read it.
And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it.
Okay, we read that all the time. I'm only reading that part. That's just talking about the judgment after you go before the throne of God. For was multiple people along with Adam and Eve, none of the other nations came from the other people. God describes the building of the other nations after the flood. Okay, we had categories back then. The sons of God, the sons of man, and the sons of the wicked. But the nations by name come after the flood. Okay, when Noah and his 3 sons, 18 nations came out of them. Have you ever been married? Will you get a Lord in the kingdom? Of course. Can you show us in the Bible where it says more people were made? I'm not going into that here now because I'm not going to stay. Oh, let's get that. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion.
And let what?
And let them.
Let what?
Them.
Read on.
Have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female.
What did God create?
Male and female.
Read on.
Created he them.
Them. You Christians that don't know the Bible, you believe there was only Adam and Eve. Read on. And what did he tell them?
And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply.
Have sex. That's what be fruitful and multiply means after he created them. Read on.
And replenish the earth.
And replenish the earth. Can you explain Adam and Eve plus who is Lynn? Let's go. You got to ask white people that. That's not biblical. Y'all got that from white people. That's not. I could only ask the stuff that's in the Bible. That's not in the Bible. That's something that white people made up. Numbers chapter 10 speaks of the Lord leading Israel out of the wilderness with a cloud. Is that cloud a chariot? We could refer to it as a chariot because it said it was a light for them. There was no light bulbs or no electricity in the wilderness, but there was obvious something spiritual in the sky guiding them. What principles you keep with you from the 90s until now? Keep God's laws. That's it. That's the only way you're going to survive. Keep God's laws. That's the only principle you need from now to the next 30 years. Understanding of Deuteronomy 23, verse 2. Read that, please. Yo, you know what's crazy? When we open the floor for questions, and y'all ask stuff that ain't nobody gonna ask you about. Y'all don't understand no difference between Greek and a Jew. Y'all don't understand nothing. What the people are gonna ask you to challenge you, y'all don't know nothing about it. And that's why a lot of y'all are gonna fall out this truth. Y'all asking about, was this a UFO here? Was there a chariot here? What was the angel's name? What was he dressed in? Irrelevant, insignificant stuff that has nothing to do with your faith. That when you get the answer, it's like, so I don't know. I never asked questions like this. I don't know where y'all getting your questions from, especially if y'all saw something in the video and y'all have time to ask. It shows y'all not studying. But your dime, your time. Get what we said?
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22.
The stuff that I seen Israelite camps get shut down from. Shut down. They didn't do doctrines. They don't understand the new moon. They don't understand the Sabbath. They don't understand who salvation is for. That's what all y'all are going to fall into, because y'all asking stuff that is of no significance to your salvation. Nothing about your house, nothing about your spouse, your children, none of that stuff. Go ahead.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23, and verse 2. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
If they cannot identify who your father is, you're not coming in. Okay, at that time they had a registry. That's all it's saying. They had a strict, get that, Numbers chapter 1, verse 18.
The book of Numbers, chapter 1, and verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers.
So nobody asked, well, it says that there, what about now? We don't have the registry now. When we went into captivity, they destroyed it. So now our gathering is spiritual. God knows who's who. So people always read that and say, what about now? Well, I don't know who my father is. That got nothing to do with you. You were not back there at that time when they were keeping the records. Nobody has those records no more. We went in captivity. Other nations destroyed us, put us on cargo slave ships, renamed us, and sent us everywhere. So the gathering now and the identifying now is by the angels. God said that he shall send his holy angels to gather us from the four winds of the earth. They got the registry. They don't know who's who. I was told Adam married Lilith. You got to ask the white people who said that. That's not in the Bible. You're going to outside resources like silly Billy Carson. So they need to provide the information of where they got that from. That's not biblical. And this is what this show is about now. That's why the white man asked him, how are you verifying these stories? He showed how he verified it by the manuscripts, by the people, the eyewitness accounts. He showed it. So someone would have to show me documents that showed stuff about Lilith, and there is none. I have a brother that I told of the truth, and he believes, and it's a sweet smell to him, yet his mother deems herself a prophet. Is Revelation 2 and 20 a good scripture to pull? No. What he needs to do first is to know the historical account. There's so much stuff for him to know before he deals with his mother. Christ said, your enemies will be there of your own household. That scripture's not going to do nothing for him. What he needs to do is solidify his faith. And the way that that happens is by what you see us doing. We know the rise and the fall of the Israelites. We know the empires. We know the historical account. We know why God is angry with us. All that stuff. So what about his mother now? That's something that in time, as he becomes more educated, he's not going to pay attention to his mother. My mother was the same way. No scripture I gave to her was going to change her. She was set in her ways. But what made me deal with her is as I studied. The scriptures say, study to show thyself approved unto God. Get that, 2 Timothy 2, verse 15.
The book of 2 Timothy, chapter 2, and verse 15. Study to show thyself approved unto God.
That's what he needs to do to deal with his mother. Read on.
A workman that needeth not to be ashamed.
Because his mother's going to try to put him ashamed. But if you study, your mother cannot shame you. Why?
Rightfully dividing the word of truth.
So the way he deal with his mother is to learn how to rightfully divide the word of truth. Revelation 2:20 is not going to do nothing for him and his mom. Niggas keep trying me and I'm about to lose my head. Can you tell me what to do? New York is just too much. I stay away from niggas. Okay, that's what I do. I stay away from them. They try me also and I stay away from them. That's what works. Stay away from them. I'm allergic to niggas. They come around, I start scratching and stuff like that. Are there niggas here? And I leave. Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 38.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 20, and verse 38. And I will purge out from among you the rebels.
When the Lord delivers us after the destruction, he's going to allow some people who don't. That's why they have so many different black Hebrew Israelite camps. They're rebels, and God is going to bring them because they were teaching lies here, and God needs to make an example out of them. So God always brings crash test dummies along. You know, you people who don't believe on the Messiah, you people who say the Sabbath moves every week, y'all make things up. You're rebels. You go against what you rebel against what the scriptures and Christ say. You people that don't believe in Paul's letters, you're rebels. Christ handpicked Paul, and y'all trying to tell people now that Paul is off because he's not teaching something you believe. You are a rebel. So God said what? Read it again.
And I will purge out from among you the rebels.
He's going to deliver some of you and make you an example in the wilderness. Read on.
And them that transgress against me.
And because what is he saying? He's going to deliver some people that still go against God. Read on.
I will bring them forth out of the country where thy sojourn.
He's going to gather the righteous for some of you wicked people in these other black Hebrew Israelite camps. Read on.
And they shall not enter into the land of Israel.
And you're not coming into Israel. Read on.
And ye shall know that I am the Lord.
After God kills them. Is that it?
As for you, O house of Israel.
Okay, that's it. That's the only reason why he's bringing the rebels, to just kill them in front of you. People respect when bloodshed is spilled. That's when people respect. Sometimes the words, remember, it says replenish there. Remember, the Bible was translated out of the Hebrew into English. Sometimes that's just the best word. Okay, but I don't deal with wordplay. I just know at that time, the Lord said, be fruitful and multiply, replenish, meaning go and bring forth more of mankind into the earth. Does the cherubims in the flaming sword, Genesis 3:24, have deeper meaning? I don't think about stuff like that. You're asking the wrong person, Judah. I wouldn't know. It could be. I'm not saying no, but I've never thought about it. Chewing the cud, journey soul, means to digest the food. The animals that are lawful to eat, they have 2 stomachs to digest the food. Okay, if the animal does not chew the cud, that means it's not breaking down the food properly to make it lawful. Will be able to take anything like tents into the wilderness? The Bible doesn't say. All it says is you're going to be taken up with the clothes you have on your back and you'll be transformed. It doesn't say that you bring in your iPhone. It don't say that you bring in your video games or your red bottoms or whatever. Someone dies believing the truth because they heard it right before they died. Do you believe they will be in? That's up to God. I can't tell you yes or no. And just because you heard the truth, that don't mean you in the truth. The people that are going to be delivered are the people that are in this truth. There's a difference between hearing and living it. I'm asking, why does the Catholic Church consider people who haven't been introduced to the religion, for example, tribal people, and its missing text due to the Council of Nicaea? Council of Nicaea has nothing to do with the Roman Catholic Church. The Catholic Church came 1,100 years after the Council of Nicaea. They have nothing to do with each other. And the Council of Nicaea was just to discuss the deity of Christ. The Roman Catholic Church changed Christ totally into a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. And they don't care about the deity of Christ. Do you do a feast day calendar for the UK? Our feast day calendar is on our website. We use that everywhere. Go to our website, israelunite.org. It's posted up top. And you'll see our calendar there. That's what we use all over the world. I know Jean-Francois Champollion is an Edomite who founded Egyptology to go along with the history. Which scripture should I use to destroy this? Well, there's no scripture. It's just historical information you need to know. There's no scripture about him, but it's good to know that because black people like to refer to him. And Egypt was destroyed, the very first civilization that was destroyed by God and never rose again. So who cares about his research? I don't care what he brought out. It's irrelevant to me. Unless you can show me that God favored them and we're supposed to put their understanding, their technology, their archaeology before what the Bible says. Unless you could do that, I don't care about Champollion or the Egyptians. God already declared them irrelevant and destroyed them. I'm not researching them and I don't care about them. If and when we die, our soul goes to heaven. When do we go to the wilderness? That's up to God. There's no, God decides that. That's above my pay grade. Isaiah 40:3 is the only talking about John. Get that, Isaiah chapter 40, read 1-3.
Book of Isaiah, chapter 40, and verse 1. Comfort ye, my people, saith your God. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned, for she hath received of the Lord's hand double for all her sins.
Okay, because This is after the Lord has mercy on us.
The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord. Make straight in the desert a highway for our
Yes,
God.
John the Baptist did do that. After Fix Your Face and how people are stuck on their phones, they will want to bring the phone into the wilderness. That's true. Well, good scripture for people who think you are miserable in the truth. That's their opinion. I don't need a scripture for that. I know that. Give me Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 10. Read that.
Book of Nehemiah.
If someone wishes me happy holidays or anything like that, how do I respond in a respectful way? Tell them happy holidays back. What you going to say to them? No, bad holidays. I hope something bad happens to you. If someone says to me happy holidays, I'm going to tell them at work, oh, happy holidays to you too. If someone says good day, what am I supposed to say? Y'all got to use logic. Y'all being extra. They don't know no better. And you're going to waste your time destroying whatever interaction with that person because of their ignorance. The simplest thing, if they say happy holidays, same to you, sir. Same to you, ma'am. Have a good day. Get home safe. I don't walk around telling people when they say, Merry Christmas. No, it's a bad Christmas. I hope something bad happens to you. God is going to judge you. That's stupid. You got to use logic. Okay, it may be merry for them. It's not for me. I'm not condoning what they're doing. And I'm not going to interact with every person who says something just that they've been saying to everybody because they're in ignorance. You got to use wisdom. Okay, if you don't answer them, it's going to look disrespectful. So you do have to prepare for people who are in ignorance saying that. Same to you, sir. You have a good day. Enjoy your day. Use wisdom. We get this every year. Y'all got to use wisdom. You cannot just stay quiet, and you're not going to wish them bad. So what your thought process is off. You're not thinking. Read it.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 8 and verse 10. Then he said unto them, Go your way, eat the fat, and drink the sweet, and send portions unto them for whom nothing is prepared. For this day is holy unto our Lord. Neither be ye sorry, for the joy of the Lord is your strength.
So when someone says that I'm miserable serving God, the Bible says the joy of the Lord is my strength. I believe in God, so I am not miserable. I may be living in miserable conditions, but the joy of the Lord is where I get my strength from. I just say I don't celebrate holidays. I'm not going to tell nobody that at my job, so they can ask me why. And what are you going to say when they be like, they put their umbrella down in their book and they sitting there with you at work talking about, well, why? Why? I don't know. This is strange, Negro. You don't celebrate. Hey, Tom, Bill, come over here. Jeffrey doesn't celebrate the holidays. Tell us, Jeffrey. What are you going to tell him after you announce, well, I don't celebrate the holidays? Please tell me, since y'all got these clever answers. Okay, like Anna said, I work in retail, so I have to be mindful and respect. Same thing with me. Okay, if one of my supervisors or my boss be like Thanksgiving, they gave me a turkey, I left it on the floor. I didn't do it. I was going to give it away, but I forgot it. I just left. I was on Clubhouse, and I just left it. It was big. It was heavy. Man, when I came back the next day, I had 4 people like, yo, you know you left your turkey on the floor. If you didn't want it, you should have. I found myself apologizing over and over. I wasn't thinking about it. It was a big deal to them. It wasn't a big deal to me. They gave us turkey, and I just left it. I left it on the floor. I went. I said, I didn't even know how to answer them. I said, I didn't know that was mine. But my boss was very highly upset that I didn't take the Thanksgiving turkey. Is there anything about the baby showers in the Bible? I'm against them, but what scripture? We didn't do them. The scriptures say not to add anything. That ritual of the woman in the chair and the gender reveal, we didn't do that. That's all you have to say if someone invites you to one. Could we give gifts to a couple that's about to have children? Yeah, we can help them out, but we didn't do no baby shower. That's of the world. Why is everyone focusing on Billy Carson on their webpage now? It's trending because he was running his mouth. So it's trending. Everybody's going in on him. It's no different from P. Diddy when everybody switched to attacking him. Same thing going to happen to Billy. I just didn't want my audience to be ignorant. I do that at my job. If they ask, I tell them. I just tell them I don't care for them. I don't answer nothing. I'm not. That's none of their business. I'm not going to tell them that stuff. I just come there to do my 8, then skate. They don't need to know what I believe. I'm not explaining I don't ask Muslims why they don't do what they do. I don't ask the Jewish people why they don't do what they do. Why I gotta explain? And why y'all feel y'all gotta explain? I've never seen Jewish people or the Muslims confounded when they say that they doing whatever it is they do and now they have to explain. Why is it so confusing for y'all now? The Sikhs, the Hindu, the Buddhists, now all of a sudden y'all confusing and it's just all this mythical, deep understandings. Happy holidays. Okay, you have a happy holiday. That don't mean I'm celebrating. Merry Christmas. Okay, you have a good day. Enjoy your holidays, man. See you next week when you get back. That don't mean you're celebrating. Stop complicating it. No, Christmas is bad. I ain't set up no Christmas tree. Santa's of the devil. Okay, Jeffrey, we didn't know. Come and tell us now. Now you look stupid. My job has a Christmas party, white elephant and all that. Should I put my name on the party list also? I always make myself not available. They had Thanksgiving. I didn't know that it was a Thanksgiving party until I saw cars pulling up with food. And I was stopping them. Then it was like, yo, that's so-and-so. That's his wife. She's bringing in, she cooked this and this and that. I'm like, yo, what y'all doing here with all this? And I felt stupid because I was the only one that was clueless to what they were doing. I knew nothing. Another person said, oh, this year, if you didn't bring anything, you're not going to get a plate. I was like, damn, okay, I didn't know that. I ain't bringing nothing anyway in my head. But she said a lot of people like to come to eat and they don't bring nothing. If the Most High gives a man an adulteress or wicked woman, does that suggest that he is always wicked? I don't have no proof of that. I can't say yes or no, but the scriptures do say a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. Some people could just have the spirit on them and they didn't know. You don't find out till later. So I can't say yes. I can't give you a concrete answer. Luke chapter 3:23, read that. I just respond with take care. They say Merry Christmas. I tell them you enjoy your Christmas. You enjoy it.
The book of Luke, chapter 3 and verse 23. And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli.
What do you want explained there? That's right. It's not mandatory. You can't force me to go to a Christmas celebration. Okay? And I've never been to one in this truth. That was included into the text. Is there does the text have parentheses? The one that you just read.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, they include that into the text. That's why the parentheses are there. If there's parentheses, that means the writers added that. Anytime you see parentheses, that wasn't originally in the writing. The writers added that. The italics, the parentheses, that was added. It wasn't in the original writings. I'm asking in reincarnation real and tribal people consider bad if they haven't been introduced to religious texts. It doesn't mean that they don't believe in God. I don't understand your question. Deacon, is it cold where you at? Because it's 28 degrees here and I'm on a motorcycle. I got to travel to the school, which is about 2 hours away. It's cold. If you have a motorcycle, it will be colder, so dress warm. I say that... So look, it's 5 o'clock now, right? Y'all got questions? Y'all come in the clubhouse. I just took y'all questions because I showed y'all that footage. We tell people to raise their hand in clubhouse. Nobody don't raise their hand and come up. Some reason now at the latest hour, y'all got the most questions. The clubhouse is every day except for Friday night and Saturday. Whatever questions we miss, y'all come there. It's 5 o'clock. We've been doing this for 4 hours. Remember the donate. Okay? Remember to donate. Support the ministry. Right there. Donate right there. At that PayPal. Stay tuned for tomorrow with the Sabbath services with the teachers. They'll be back. Most High in Christ bless to you all. And like I said, whatever questions we didn't do here, y'all come on Clubhouse and we can answer you there live without me trying to figure out what y'all typing or what y'all asking. Most High in Christ bless to you and shalom.